What's up, guys? How's it going? Hey, Kasha. How's it going, friend? Hey, Cool Breeze over on the tube side. Welcome, 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 welcome. As a member, really glad that you're here. Welcome, welcome, friend. Uh, awesome that you've joined up. Really happy to have you. Thank you for joining up. Thanks for calling the stream. Did you vote for Donald Trump? Okay, false alarm. More Bowie. While we wait. Guys, tap that screen. Let's get those likes flowing. Help out with the live goal, and we will get started with conversation shortly. Stop. I don't even get me started on Carol. I can't even talk about it. Like I will get choked. Don't even talk to me about that shit. Can't do it. Nemo, did you hear about that shit?
What?
Hold on, I'll tell you in a second. Porky. Hello.
Hey, how are you?
Hi. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did.
Okay. How old are you? What state did you vote in?
25, South Carolina.
Okay. Why do you still support Donald Trump?
You know, I'm a firm believer in owning up to mistakes, and I will say that given recent events, I'm led to believe that my vote was a mistake.
Okay. Hey, you know what? That's fair and understandable, and it's okay to say that. And I won't press you too hard on it, but I'm just curious. What was there one particular thing that really tipped it over the edge for you, or a combination of things? Or
Well, There's several. You know, when a large amount of the Epstein files started coming out, and all these claims started coming out about things he was, doing to children, and just this war that was started for no reason. It's just these are things that I would have never expected um, out of a president, out of a leader, um, and I'm having a hard time coming to the understanding of how someone like this could lead our country.
Yeah. Yeah. That's. Mhm. Well, I mean, my question for you, Porky, is: Are you gonna vote differently in the midterms and try to fix the mistake?
Oh, 100%. I can't, before I knew all of this about Trump, I loved just the way he talked, how he put his foot down and he meant what he said. And now, people say you never really get to know somebody until their true colors come out. And now, even as a diehard Republican, there's just so much evidence now that it's irrefutable. It's hard to say it's fake when if you got one person saying it, that's one thing. But when there are hundreds of cases of people saying the same thing, what are you led to believe?
Yeah. I mean, if that's like I said, if I guess if that if that's what it took, I guess my thing is I I really hope that you take a look at this and that we try to right this ship before it's too late. So whatever you can do at the midterms to try to put some people in place that are going to push back and are going to and try to help fix things. I think that would be the way. That would be the way. If you regret your vote and you feel strongly about it, that would be the thing to do. So that's what I can say.
Well, and my thing is this: all these people say, "Oh, he's the president. He's the president." Yeah, but if he wasn't the president, and this was just some average day Joe who was accused of these accusations, everybody would want to throw him under the jail.
Mm-hmm.
And it seems like there's so many Republicans that are brainwashed by this ideology of let's idolize Donald Trump that they don't see the facts that are in front of them.
Yeah,
And it doesn't
I
take
agree.
a rocket scientist to kind of read these files, and you're like, holy crap, why is this just now coming out? I mean, there's always been rumors of it, but why has the government kept this a secret for so long?
Well, what I would say is that I don't believe that it's necessarily the government keeping it um, a secret necessarily. It's that you had a number of people that were just simply working to protect really rich and powerful people. And that goes, on certainly on both sides of the aisle. But I don't look at this necessarily as a government cover up. But there are definitely certain people in key positions that were certainly more apt to try and protect their wealthy friends. And so that's really that's really where we're at. But to your point, if you look at all of the other people who are involved in this, even just being mentioned with, even just having contact with Jeff, just and not really even being accused directly of wrongdoing, they're losing their jobs. They're losing their names on buildings. They're losing. I mean, they're losing their social standing, and a lot of times they haven't even actually been directly accused of doing something wrong. And so, what I think you're saying is correct. If it's anybody else, they're being excoriated just by association. But since it's Donald Trump, the Republicans on the whole are just simply turning their
They're turning
they're
a blind eye
turn a
to it.
blind eye, exactly. So, but but yeah. So I mean, listen, friend. That's I think that's what I would say is that I would if we can if we can try to get people in there that are going to hold him accountable, then that's how we could potentially move forward and fix the situation. So if you're saying that that's what you're going to do, then I accept what you're saying.
I think it just doesn't need to be me. I think it needs to be a majority, if not all, of the Republican Party. Because the fact of the matter is, if this was Joe Biden or Obama or a Democratic presidential nominee being accused of this, the Republican Party would be throwing everything in the book at that Democratic nominee. Even if Biden was in those files, I mean, they would be running his name through the mud. And I've never been a Biden fan, but that's just the truth of the matter. So if the Republicans can hold a Democrat accountable, and now we have this factual evidence that our Republican president is guilty of these things, whether he's going to be convicted or not, why can't we hold him to the same accountability standards?
Yeah, an example of this, outside of the Jeff situation. So, if I were to ask you to explain why Republicans were going so hard after, uh, oh wow, Hunter Biden, could you give me like a rough summary? And I'm not gonna be an asshole about specifics. I just want to, like, rough summary, your best recollection. I promise this is not like a gotcha or anything.
Well, I would say that I know there was issues. I believe my dad had a conversation with me one time about Hunter Biden having some kind of classified documents on one of his laptops or something like that. Um, I feel like I've been a diehard Republican for so long that now that I'm seeing these things and I'm looking at these things, I'm not really sure how I would answer that. But I know that I just, to be quite frank with you, I don't know how to answer your question. I mean,
Well,
there's so
so
many things.
the investigations into Hunter Biden, that the Republicans did. Do you remember what that was about? It wasn't about the laptop.
No, I don't think I remember now.
Does the name Burisma ring a bell?
Mm-mm.
No.
No.
Uh, okay. So basically, the Republicans tried to stir up this controversy that Hunter Biden, so Joe Biden's son, was uh, profiting off the fact that Joe Biden was at the time was the vice president, and so it was like he was selling influence or whatever. And the Republicans spun up this fairy tale about Hunter Biden being on the board of a company called Burisma, uh, and that company was in Ukraine, and there was this whole conspiracy about like 10% to the big guy. Uh, the long and short of it is that, one, it's BS. Two, even if you were to assume that they were absolutely correct on everything, which they were not, but even if you did, I think that the alleged amount was like 40 million. Like they were basically saying that Hunter Biden made like 40 million bucks in the whole conspiracy thing with Burisma.
Right.
So the Republicans, while Biden was president, were pushing this narrative of, oh, the Biden crime family, right? That was hammered home all the time. Biden crime family, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So can you tell me about the financial dealings of Jared Kushner? And if you can't, that's okay.
No, I can't.
Okay. So Jared Kushner, which you know who Jared Kushner is, right? He's Ivanka's husband.
Okay.
Yeah, so he's Trump's son-in-law. Jared Kushner, he was part of the Trump administration the first time around. He was, I think that his official title was like senior advisor to the president or something like that. He focused exclusively on anything related to foreign policy in the Middle East in the first term. So he had extensive interaction with Israel, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Qatar, Oman, I think, and probably another one that I'm forgetting, possibly Egypt, maybe. But that entire region, essentially. Okay. So the son of the president working with Middle Eastern countries while the first term is going on. Okay. Well, that's not illegal, technically. Now, when Donald Trump leaves office the first time, at the end of Trump's first term, a few months after, and by a few months, I mean, I think that it was 2 or 3 months after Donald Trump leaves office. So he leaves office January 2021. A few months later, this is going to be like, I think, April, May, June-ish. Jared Kushner had created a company, an investment fund. He had created it, and wouldn't you know it, the Saudi government, they have what's called a sovereign wealth fund. And they put $2.7 billion into Jared Kushner's company, into his investment fund. So, to be clear, the sovereign wealth fund, that is managed by people like professional investors, right? It's kind of like any other investment index fund type thing, right? You got people, this is their day job. They research stuff to figure out what is a sound investment. Will this make us money? They said that Jared Kushner's investment fund was not a sound investment, that it didn't meet the standard that they have for the sovereign wealth fund in Saudi Arabia. And Mohammed bin Salman, the king, effectively the king of Saudi Arabia, just to keep it simple. He's the prince, but whatever. He turned around and told them, I don't care, put the $2.7 billion in Jared Kushner's investment fund. He overrode that. So, at the express direction of the leader of Saudi Arabia, $2.7 billion was put into the son of the president's company. Most people don't know about this. Most people do know the cliff notes of the Biden crime family, Burisma. Like, they have a rough idea. They don't know all the specifics, but they could probably be like, oh yeah, I think there was some kind of like shady dealings with some company. But most people don't know that Jared Kushner, Donald Trump's son-in-law, got nearly $3 billion from the Saudis right after Donald Trump left office the first time. Now take a wild guess what Jared Kushner is doing now.
No idea.
He's working with the Saudis and the Israelis and the UAE and I think Oman and definitely Egypt.
Wouldn't that amount to some form of treason or national security?
Definitely national security. Actually, now that you mention about national security, Jared Kushner did not. He failed the background check for. I think it was like a security clearance that he would need for whatever tasks he was doing.
Yep.
He actually failed the background check.
Wouldn't you have to have some kind of federal clearance to do that?
Yes. So he failed the security. Basically, I mean, you know how security clearances work roughly. You know, you got to meet certain standards. As you know, you can't be in debt to people. Can't blah blah blah. He failed that. He did not meet those standards. That was overridden by the president of the United States at the time. So, yes, that's just to make it even worse.
It doesn't clear their federal background check through the FBI and the Secret Service. The president can say, "Screw that, let him in the White House." Pretty much.
Essentially,
Yep.
well, screw that. Give them the security clearance because the president, and the reason why, there's a legal reason why the president is able to do that. It's just a matter of, okay, legally that is okay, but logically, is that okay? Like, is it, this person failed the test, and now the guy who's the boss is saying, screw it, let him in anyway.
And
Do you think that sounds like a smart thing? Do you think that sounds like a safe thing? Because I don't.
And these are checks essentially to keep the commander in chief safe. That's what they're designed to do.
Yeah. So anyway, Jared Kushner now is working. I'm trying to remember. Oh shit, who's the other person? It's Kushner and
Steve Witkoff.
That's it. There we go. Witkoff.
Kushner
and Witkoff.
Donald Trump's real estate developer buddy, who is kind of like he's failed at a number of real estate deals, but Trump likes him, and he's never done any foreign policy or any negotiating on that type of scale. But, he's done real estate developing, so send him to negotiate with the Russians. Send him to negotiate with Iran on, one of the most sensitive things that we've ever done in our history.
And he sent... So, I just looked this guy up. His official title, he's an American real estate developer. He's also an investor, but his official title is U.S. Special Envoy to the Middle East.
Yeah. You're talking about Kushner?
So this guy
Yeah.
that has no form of government background is now our U.S. Special Envoy to the Middle East.
Correct.
Yeah. I think that that was his same title in Trump's first term. It was essentially the same thing that he was doing in the first term. Yeah.
And this is
and again, to be clear, this guy is the son of the president. Like, he's a son-in-law, but he's the son of the president.
Wow.
Yeah.
That has organized crime written all over it.
Now, what if I told you that Donald Trump pardoned his father?
What's his father's name?
Charles Kushner. Do you know what he was? Do you know what his conviction for?
Nope, but I'm getting ready to find out.
Tax evasion, illegal campaign contributions, and witness tampering.
So, to make a long story short, fraud.
Yeah.
Yep.
Essentially like organized crime, shady stuff.
And wouldn't you know it, he's an American real estate developer.
Yeah.
So essentially, Donald Trump is taking these rich people that he associates with and is putting them in these high-powered roles to ensure that he gets his way.
Pretty much. Yeah.
What it comes down to, Porky, is he's either got wealthy friends that he promised shit to during the campaign, right? So you've got somebody like Elon Musk, who gave him over $300 million-ish, right? And so he let him run roughshod in our government and do a bunch of really shady shit, like get all of our information from the Treasury, shut down government departments that were investigating him and all this different stuff. You got guys like him. And then on the flip side, you've got people like Kushner, Witkoff, Pete Hegseth, formerly Pam Bondi or whoever, Kristi Noem, now Mark Wayne Mullen or whoever. These people that will just do whatever the fuck he says, which is why, like in their confirmation hearings, Pam Bondi, Kristi Noem, Pete Hegseth, they wouldn't answer the question, if Donald Trump, if the president of the United States gives you an unlawful order, will you follow it? And the simple answer to that is no, because you don't work for the president. You work for the United States of America. You work and you work for us, and you work under the Constitution of the United States. And so if the president tells you to do something that's against the Constitution, it is your duty to say no, even if that means that the president gets mad at you, even if that means that he fires you from the cabinet. Doesn't matter. It's your job to say nope. Same thing with our military leaders. If you're given an unlawful order, the same thing all the way down through the military. It doesn't matter if you're some grunt in the army. If you're given an unlawful order, that's part of the Uniform Code of Justice. You're supposed to say, no, I cannot follow that order.
Here's my thing. There was no form of delivery or conversation with Congress before this war started. And from what I've been told, Congress is supposed to be briefed before any act of war or declaration of war is granted, other than an emergency circumstance. Correct? I mean, correct me if I'm wrong.
No, that's correct. But of course, the way that they're trying to get around that is they're trying to say that they're not declaring war. But of course, do you know when the last time that we actually declared war on somebody? The last time we declared war on anybody was in World War II. So we've been in wars. We just haven't declared war on anybody. And they've tried a number of times to call it a conflict and an incursion and all these different things, but it's a war. And they needed to brief Congress. They needed to talk to them, because use of force on this level is just simply not okay. There's the authorization for use of military force, the AUMF, which allows the president to have some latitude to conduct strikes in different places and to do certain things. This is a full-on war. He's not allowed to bring the United States into a full-on war unilaterally. That's the whole point. And the fact that Congress isn't doing anything should give you pause, again, with the rest of the Republicans, because they're not doing anything to rein him in.
But either or, any kind of way they want to flip this or twist it or bend it, whatever, the way we are simply blowing their shit all to hell and back, it seems like a war to me.
It is. I mean, listen, it seems like you're an intelligent enough guy that you understand. We all understand what this is. It fits every definition of a war. It is a war. And they're just trying to say, well, we didn't declare war on them. It's a conflict. It's an incursion. It's this. This is a war. I mean, this is for
Did we not
sure.
Send ground troops in?
What's that?
Did we not just send like thousands of ground troops over there?
We've sent them over there, but they haven't gotten on the ground yet. But you don't need troops on the ground to declare war on somebody. After the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor, we declared war on them. There was not a single troop on there wasn't a Japanese troop on the ground in America, nor was there an American troop on the ground in Japan or in anywhere else in the Pacific theater. But we declared war on each other. We just bombed each other.
And our retaliation for Pearl Harbor was mainly airstrikes. Correct me if I'm wrong.
That's how it started, and then we started moving across the Pacific theater. And then there were battles on islands, of course. But my point being is that that's what it was. They bombed us. We declared war on them. You don't need, the point being that you don't need troops on the ground firing at each other for it to be a war. That's all. That's all I mean. It doesn't, there's nothing in the definition of what a war is that would mean that. It's just an extended conflict, an extended state of conflict between two nations. It's really, or two states, two nations, and when I say states, countries, but that's pretty much it. So
I wish that I would have taken more time to understand these things and do my research, because and I know just probably my vote alone doesn't make that big of a difference, but now that I'm looking back at it, had we put somebody else in office, what are the odds that a lot of this stuff could have been avoided?
that attitude, don't take that attitude. Your vote is important. One vote is always important. One vote always matters. And we're seeing it now because in the last year we've seen all of these districts that did go heavily for Donald Trump, they're flipping back the other way. And by a lot. Like, it's wild how many of them are flipping in a direction that you're seeing there was recently one that went 24 points for Donald Trump where a Democrat won. That's wild and unheard of, and people are seeing the light. People are understanding, and I think a lot of people are like you. They're not happy. They're not happy with what they've seen, and I think they understand now. And I am a little sad that it took us this to get there, but your vote matters. And I understand that it's tough because of our electoral college system to feel like it matters as much for president. But your vote matters for your representative a lot more. It matters for your senator. It matters far more for that. And even if you feel like your state is going to go one way or the other in the electoral college, it doesn't matter. Get out there and get your vote in. I mean, that's it. It matters. I can't stress that enough, because if everybody took that attitude, think about it. You know what I mean? If everyone was like, well, my vote doesn't matter, So I understand why you feel that way, and some of those feelings are a little bit valid because of the Electoral College, and then in certain states your vote does matter more or matters less in terms of the presidency, but it still does matter. It still matters, and it especially matters right now in the midterms, because we need people in Congress that are going to stand up to the Trump administration. Now the presidency doesn't even really matter at this point in time. We need people in Congress. And if we can get enough people in Congress, we can really put a stop to a lot of the shit that this administration is trying to do. That's why one of the first things I asked you was, are you willing to put your money where your mouth is and kind of vote against it? Because if you're willing to do that, then I'm like, hey, man, you're with us. I accept the fact that you're like, hey, I feel like I fucked up with my vote. Let's just move forward. You know what I mean?
I think that's where I'm going from here. I just, when I first voted for Trump, I didn't have children, and now that I'm a father, as a father, it's our job to set the precedents and set the future for our children. And the way that things are going now, if something happens to me, I don't know what kind of future my children will have. And I think that's what scares me the most.
My daughter is 9.5. Okay. And I've been, ever since she was born, I've been voting for her. But even before she was born, I was voting for my nieces and nephews. I was voting for my friends' kids, or for whoever else. We need to leave a better future to our kids and to the generations that come after us. And right now we're failing, unfortunately. I hate to say that about us, but right now we failed. We need to fix it. And I believe that we can fix it. And people like you who are literally man enough to say, like, hey, you know what? I think I fucked up, and that's okay. That's okay. There were votes I made in the past that I wasn't happy with either, and I was like, fuck this. I voted for George W. Bush in 2004. I really regret that vote because they fucking lied to us about everything in 2003 to get us into Iraq. And we know that now. I didn't know that then. And I just thought, I was like, oh, yeah, fiscal conservative, and like this is the smart thing to do. And I was just younger, and I just didn't know what the fuck I was doing. Like, that was a bad vote. I was wrong. And it's okay to stand up and be like, I fucked that up. It's okay. We're all human beings. But if you just write it out and you're like, no, I'm right, and you just pretend like nothing bad is happening, that's the problem. That's where we run into issues. So you doing this, you're winning, man. You're winning for your kid now, because you're like, hey, I want to fix things. So you have my respect.
I appreciate that. I've never heard of your guys' stream. I guess this is what you call it, a streamer or whatnot. And based off of the people that are watching, I didn't think you'd, let me come up, and I'm glad you did. And I think that, this conversation has opened me up to a lot of things that I need to really consider vote when I cast my vote midterm. And I think it's safe to say that I'm definitely going to be voting blue.
That's nice to hear, man. I really appreciate it. Listen, I hope you drop a follow to Nemo, and to myself, and I hope that Ket watch us again sometime. If there's anything that maybe you pick up some things and whatnot, and I hope that can be helpful. But even if not, even if you never listen to us again or whatever it is, I hope you keep this mindset, and I hope you keep this energy moving into the fall and into the midterms, okay? And I really do. I really meant it when I said that I respect the fact that you've taken a analytical look on what you're doing, and you've said that you want to change your mind, and you want to do it. You want to do it for your kid, and you want to do it for the future. I really mean that. I'm not just saying it. So good for you.
I appreciate that, man. No, our children they're our future, and we have to lead by example, even if that means that we have to make sacrifices to set those examples. So, like I said, thank you guys for letting me come on. Really means a lot. I turned all y'all's notifications on, gave you guys a follow. I work for the state. I'm always on the road, so anytime you guys are live, I'll definitely be watching.
Okay, man. Well, I hope you have a good rest of your evening. Okay, and I do appreciate you coming up and talking with us.
Thank you, sir. Y'all have a blessed one.
All right. Have a good one.
Take care.
Well, that was productive. A little bit of hope.
Could use a little hope core today, a little bit.
Yeah.
Because there's not a whole lot of great news right now.
The key differentiator there, and this is something to keep in mind, is that he wasn't demanding that people. Oh, hold on. Here you go. Okay. He wasn't demanding that we, I guess, understand or be nice or compromise with whatever his position or belief was. He wasn't trying to downplay the fact that, yeah, he was duped and this is bad. Like, yeah, that's the key difference, because a lot of MAGA, not all of them, but there is like a large chunk of MAGA now, has insisted on trying to have their cake and eat it too, essentially, where they know they can't properly defend this catastrophic fuck up of an administration right now. I mean, especially post war. They just can't. And because of that, they are trying to save face and say, well, I'm an independent. Like, well, he's lying because he was a politician, and they're all liars, they're all corrupt, blah 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 blah. And okay, so yeah, but you gotta understand, like you've gotta. I think that it's both sides. I think it's both sides. Well, hold on. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa! Now you're demanding a compromise. That's not how this works.
No, exactly. No one said. Ferguson, hi, I'll invite you to mute. Did you vote for Donald Trump? Ferguson? Hello? Okay, I think that might have been a mistake. Hello, Erika. How are you?
I'm coughing my literal internal organs up. But all I came up to say, I'm only here for a second, don't worry. All I came to say, oh, you're right, Kelvin. All I came to say was hope for today, for tomorrow we war crime. Praise be to Allah.
Amen.
It's actually pronounced Amin in Arabic.
Yes,
Thank you.
yes, I know. Thank you. I've attended so many Maronite masses in my entire life. It's ingrained in my head. Thank you.
Indeed, you're mashallah, inshallah,
Inshallah.
mashallah,
Mashallah.
yeah, all of those things.
Mazel tov.
Anyway, I'm gonna go and keep coughing.
Okay.
Have a lovely rest of your day.
Bye, Erika. Good luck with your coughing. Kelvin, hi. Did you vote for Donald Trump? I'll invite you on mute. Kelvin. Okay. Once again, guys, if you voted for Donald Trump, we'd like to have a conversation with you. Please hop up in the box over here on TikTok, or if you're over on the tube, you can call in. Our phone line is open. Ferguson, hi. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
No, sir.
Oh, okay. We appreciate you, friend. We're just looking for Trump voters. Thank you. Thank you, Ferguson. Yeah. So once again, if you're over on the tube side, you are more than welcome to call in. Like I said, our phone line is open. I will pin the number again at the top of the chat. There you go. It's there. So come and check it out. Guys, a couple of quick and friendly reminders for you. If you voted for Donald Trump, hop in the box over here. Give us a ring on the phone line, on the tube, or on Twitch. That would be great. That's number one. Number two, please help out Nemo and I. We appreciate your support, both via the gift goal for me down here, but then also let's run Nemo's coins up at the same time. Let's do both of those concurrently. Both of those things help us cycle through the FYP. They're both really good things. If you can do that in addition to tapping, I'd like to let's get us up over 100 K before we get to the hour. I think we can do that. That's really not too much to ask, so I'd appreciate if we can do that. Please make sure that if you'd like to offer additional support, you can get links in both of our bios over here on TikTok or over on the tube. You can find links right here in the description. It's real simple. It's real easy. Lastly, if you're not in Nemo's Discord, join Nemo's Discord. It's a great spot to live chat, to talk, to be notified when live, share political sources, all these different things. So strongly recommend it. We are going to we're going to keep moving. Little bit of news real quick for you that I do think we should share is so I don't know how many people saw this.
Give me
What's that? You
TikTok's acting glitchy for me. I'm gonna drop and rejoin.
You're gonna drop and that. No worries, man. I actually prefer that anyways, so that you're up on the top. So, the Israel's defense minister has confirmed that there is another attack on the South Pars gas complex in Iran. There was another one. If you remember, they attacked it a couple of weeks ago, and Trump was like, I told them not to do that. Like, I told them they can't do that again. They can't do that again. Because what did Iran do? They retaliated. They retaliated. And guess what? Iran conducted a ballistic missile attack on Jubail, Saudi Arabia tonight, hitting the industrial zone and petrochemical facility. Jubail is the world's largest industrial city and contributes roughly 7% of Saudi Arabia's GDP. The Saudi Ministry of Defense has acknowledged the attack and said damage assessment is underway. Iran named the petrochemical complex as a, quote, legitimate target after the South Pars strike. Tonight's attack is the first time it followed through on that specific threat.
Now, it's probably worth explaining, I guess, what the South Pars gas field is, or its importance, right? So, my understanding with it, that is shared by, is it Qatar and Iran?
Yep.
Or is it Kuwait?
Oh, wait, is it? Hold on. Now I need to. I thought it was Qatar, but hold on. I thought it was Qatar. I got it right here. It's Qatar. Qatar. Yep. Right.
Okay.
Yep.
So, Qatar or Qatar, that country, they are essentially, they're an ally of the United States. CENTCOM operates out of Qatar, I think. And yeah. So anyway, Qatar and Iran share this little gas field. All right. And that means that, it's very important as far as the supply of gas worldwide is concerned. Supply of oil worldwide is concerned, because this is a shared gas field. And there was talk that they were going to burn it, that either Israel or Iran would burn it when this first started. And I think that there was a strike on it originally. The thing is, this isn't something like I'm trying to think of, I guess maybe like a bridge or a road. This isn't just something you can quickly rebuild and move on. This is bad. This is one of those things that if it's permanently disabled, if it's destroyed or fucked up in any way, it's going to take years to get back up to the normal capacity, normal day-to-day operations. Now, you might think, okay, well, that's one down, and yeah, it'll take some years, but, that can't be that big of a deal. Consider how much flows out of there. How much won't be flowing out of there every single day. And then how long it's going to take for the world to get back up to that amount every single day. That means that the supply for the world, whatever it is in, let's just say, January 2026, that reduced a little bit. And that little bit, that doesn't get magically replaced by America drilling, because companies here are not really interested in drilling more. Exxon, Chevron, they're not really interested in opening up new drilling operations. We're already at like peak production. We've been at peak production levels. It's still not enough. We can't backfill that. So what does that mean? The cost of oil and gas has to go up. It has to, right? Supply, if it reduces, price goes up. That's how that works. And the amount of things that depend on oil and gas, it's huge. And that's just one. That's just one.
Well, yeah, I mean, a big one. But also, the other thing is that the geopolitical ramifications of this are insane. Because I knew this was a big number, but I didn't know that it was this big. Nemo, how do you want to take a guess? What percentage of Qatari government revenues come from the South Pars gas field? I'm going to take a guess. The percentage.
20?
I'll give you one more guess, and I'm just going to tell you it's higher.
Fuck. Is it 50?
80.
Oh my God.
As of early 2026, before the beginning of the war, Qatar was producing approximately 18.5 billion cubic feet per day from the field, accounting for around 80% of Qatari government revenues, with daily production on the Iranian side estimated to be around 2 billion cubic feet. Now, let's see who this is. Hello, thanks for calling the stream. Did you vote for Donald Trump? Hello? Okay. So, yeah.
Iran woke up this morning and chose violence. Yeah, pretty much. Like after the beating that I mean, a lot of this is at the hands of Israel, because America is at least pretending that they're not striking infrastructure yet, even though Trump is literally talking about doing that. Israel is just doing it. They don't give a shit. Yeah, I guess. And again, this is the annoying thing. What's annoying is that it's so bad. It is so bad right now that I have to sit here and not like defend, but explain the rationale for how Iran is not the villain in that particular interaction. Are they bad? Yes. Are they the villain in that narrow interaction? No. That's the crazy thing. Like, holy shit. I don't like doing that because I don't like theocracies. I've said for years how I don't like theocracies. Been highly critical of every theocracy that exists on the planet, whether it's Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, Iran, I mean, arguably America. That there's theocracy is bad in all forms. In all forms. Secular government is the way to approach the world, especially when, we're talking about international cooperation. You've got to have a secular form of government. And obviously, Iran has a history of being awful to its people. I made videos about whenever the protests in 2022, Masa Amini. That's the name of the woman who was unalived because I guess she wasn't wearing her hijab correctly.
Yeah.
And massive protests sparked up after that. And Iran was brutal with putting that down. And I was absolutely critical of that.
Mhm.
And with all that in mind, that doesn't then somehow magically make it okay for Israel or America to go in there and indiscriminately bomb shit unprovoked. Like, the JCPOA, the Iran nuclear deal, was the way to achieve the objectives that, I don't know, the Trump administration is pretending that they care about, which is nuclear proliferation. If you don't want Iran to have a nuke, the JCPOA was the way to do it. This war is not. Because let's pretend that somehow, magically, everything worked perfectly, which it already has not. Let's say that we didn't lose a single soldier, and we hit the targets flawlessly, didn't unalive anyone else in any innocent civilian in the process. We just completely disabled their nuclear program, completely disabled, I guess, their missile production capability. Okay, let's just pretend that happened. Fast forward 10 years. The people who are witnessing what's happening right now are galvanized into understanding that they cannot trust America, right? Because we made a deal. They were skeptical, but we made a deal. They were skeptical of the West because they have to be skeptical of the West because of what we have done to them for decades and decades, okay? We've been doing this shit to Iran for a long time, but they made a deal with us. And then we pulled out of it. And then this happened. Okay, why would they ever trust America again? Why would they ever trust any Western country ever again? Because America made it shit for the rest of the West. It's not like the EU can go back to Iran and be like, hey, I know that America, shat the bed and then lit your house on fire, but hey, maybe we can have an agreement separate from them. Why would they do that now? They have zero motivation to do that now. Because they understand, look, EU, maybe you guys are here in good faith and all hunky-dory well and good, but your deal is literally saying, hey, you're allowed to have nuclear power, you're not allowed to have a nuclear weapon. And you're scared of me having a nuclear weapon because if I have a nuclear weapon, then that means, hey, I could maybe nuke a country, right? You're scared of that. You don't want that. I didn't have a nuclear weapon. What happened to my country? It was bombed into the, quote, Stone Age. Well, it sounds like having a nuke is pretty fucking useful right now. Because how many nuclear-armed countries got bombed back into the Stone Age? Zero. And that's the difference. A nuclear weapon guarantees sovereignty. They know that now. The rest of the world knows that now. It's not just Iran. This isn't in a vacuum. The rest of the world is watching this. And they realize, oh, fuck. I mean, if you got a nuke, you're at the big boys table. They don't mess with you. If you don't have a nuke, I mean, you might get invaded. You might get your shit rocked. Who knows?
It's not good. It's just, yeah, not good. Gentlefist says that Pete Hegseth. Yeah, mute that account, Ari. Says that Pete Hegseth had a press conference scheduled for tomorrow morning, and now it's canceled. So that's That's interesting. I watched a very interesting video earlier, Nemo, and I meant to send it to you, and I forgot, I think. But it was a very interesting video, basically positing that we, in fact, didn't go into Iran to get the second downed airmen, that we went in to try and recover nuclear material.
Interesting.
Yeah, I would send it. It was a really interesting. I got to send it to you. But we'll talk about it in a minute. Hi, thanks for calling the stream. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. How old are you? What state are you in?
58, Nevada.
Yeah, okay. Do you still support Donald Trump?
Yes.
Okay. Why do you still support Donald Trump?
Well, I've got a couple things, which is the tax, the taxes.
Okay. Anything else?
Well, what more do I need?
Well, it is April now of 2026. Sorry. Just kind of curious if there was anything else. Just that one thing. That was it. That was the only reason you voted for Donald Trump.
What more do I need? Like I said, what more do I need?
Okay, can I ask you? Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question? Do you make over
Sure.
Do you make over $400,000 a year?
Hell no.
Then Kamala Harris would have given you just as much, if not more, back in her tax plan.
No,
so you
she wouldn't have.
Yep, she would have.
Nope.
Yes,
her
yes, she
tax
would have.
plan would have went back to Joe's plan.
No, it wouldn't have, sir. It was a different plan, and you obviously didn't look at her tax plan.
No, I
And
didn't.
by the way, when you say Joe's tax plan, when did Joe Biden pass his tax plan?
Back in 2020.
Oh, really? So when Joe Biden was president in 2020?
Was president, yes. Well, I mean, how else could he put a tax plan unless he wasn't in presidency, right?
Oh, okay, cool. So Joe Biden was president in 2020 and passed the new tax plan.
2021.
Oh, 2021. Oh, okay, got it. So cool. So hey, just a quick question for you, just because I'm a little confused. Do you know the name of that bill or the bill number that was passed?
Well, from 2017, which was Donald Trump's original plan,
Yeah.
that continued on, and it now became law, and is what we all benefit now from, because Joe's plan, which would have been
No, I'm sorry. You said that Joe Biden's tax plan was passed in 2021. I'd like the bill. I'd like the No, sir. I'm just gonna stop playing the games with you. Donald Trump's tax plan, which was passed in 2017, was for Sir, if you'd let me, if you'd stop talking and let me explain, because you're very confused, and I'm gonna teach you something right now. So in
confused?
Yeah, because in 2017, when Donald Trump passed his tax plan, how long do our tax plans stay for?
4 years.
Wrong, 8 years. They all stand for 8 years. Wrong, sir. They stand for 8 years. So Joe Biden, no matter what he wanted to do in 2021, 2022, 2023, or 2024, could not have changed the tax plan. It was Donald Trump's tax plan for 8 years. So why did you just say that? So why did you just say that under? Hold on, sir. I'm literally trying to ask you a question, sir. Will you please? You interrupted me, sir. You're interrupting me, and I'm trying to ask you a question. Please stop,
You're not
sir.
asking me a
Yeah,
question, you're
because
trying to-
I was asking you the question and you interrupted me. So please don't interrupt me while I'm asking you a question. Thank you so much.
All right.
So if you know that a tax plan lasts for 8 years, not 4, why did you just say to Nemo and I was glad when he changed it back from Joe's tax plan that he passed in 2020?
No. It wasn't changing it.
That's literally
It was
what you just said.
continuing on.
No, sir. You just said you changed it from
All right,
Joe's
well,
tax
call it
plan.
what you want.
No, I'm not calling it what I want. That's what you
Well,
said.
you're going to call it what you want.
No, I'm not calling anything what I
voted
want.
for
I'm
him
telling you what the
because of
law
his tax plan
is.
was.
What?
I voted for him for what his tax plan was.
I understand you said that's why you voted for him. I asked why you still supported him now.
I support him.
Wh-
I still support him because he's our president. Come
That's
on.
not a reason to still. So
Hey,
did you support
he's
Joe
our
Biden? So you
president.
supported Joe
I'm-
Biden? Okay, great. So you supported Joe Biden all 4 years because he was president for 4 years.
Yes, I did.
Oh,
I
great.
did.
Okay, well that's kind of dumb
Why is that dumb now?
because you're not just supposed to blindly support politicians for no reason, you moron.
Wait a minute. Now we're supposed to being stupid to being supporting the president that we have in office?
You shouldn't blindly
Wait a minute,
support.
wait a minute,
Excuse
wait a
me, I'm in the
minute,
middle of
whoa.
a sentence,
You
sir.
said
Don't
we
interrupt
should
me,
be
sir.
stupid to
Sir,
support the president we have in office?
sir. I literally was trying to explain it to you, and you can't seem to shut the fuck up. So once again, allow me to explain again, because you didn't seem to hear it the first time. You should not blindly support any politician. If Donald Trump decided to start shooting people in the head in the street, would you still support him as president?
Now you're going to way extremes. Come
Sir,
on.
I'm asking
We
you.
don't-
No,
we
the
don't
answer,
do
of course,
that.
the answer is no. And so,
But
no,
no.
we don't just
But
blindly
no,
support.
we
Great.
shouldn't do that.
So if the president committed war
You
crimes,
put
sir, if the
extremes
president,
to one to the
sir,
other?
sir,
Dude, you're being a
sir,
fucking...
sir, if the president committed war crimes, would you still support him?
What war crimes?
No, I didn't ask you what war crimes. I said if
Whoa,
he
whoa, whoa,
committed
whoa.
war crimes.
So, if he committed war crimes?
If the president of the United, I didn't say which one, I just said if the president of the United States committed war crimes, would you support that president, yes or no?
No.
Fantastic. The president of the United
Great.
States
Now-
bombed a fucking school a couple of weeks ago. That's a war crime.
Whoa.
Good job.
Don't push one thing to the other because again.
Whoa.
we're gonna go
Don't
back.
tell me how he did a war crime now. Now that I said the thing, don't tell me how he did a war crime. Don't tell me. Don't
And
tell me.
it's not
I don't
a
want to
war.
hear.
It's
I don't
not
want to
a
hear
war.
how he did a war crime now. Don't want to hear none of
It's not a
that.
war.
I don't want to hear
It's not
nothing
a
about
war.
no war crimes now.
It's not a war.
It's not a war crime to kill 160 little school kids. They deserved it, right?
It's not a war. It's not a war.
Tell us how
It's an
they deserve.
operation.
Tell us how those 160 school kids deserve to die. Tell us.
Whoa. It's an operation.
Did they
Is it
deserve to die?
Is it an operation?
Did
or
they
a war?
deserve to die?
Is it an operation?
Did
or
they?
A war?
No, it's not. It's not an operation to kill fucking kids.
Is it an operation or a war?
It's a.
Okay, hold on. So he's going to play this game and he's not going to move from it because he thinks that he's got a clever cover for war crimes.
Oh,
dude.
Nemo.
No,
Por
dude.
favor.
Okay, hold on. Do you think
All right.
that war crimes can only be committed when you
Whoa,
are
whoa,
at
whoa.
war?
War crimes is different than what we're talking about.
What are we talking about?
Operations.
Okay, I'm going to read to you the law. Would you like me to?
Whoa. What's the operation that is going on that created a war crime?
Operation Epic Fury.
Is a war crime?
The operation
Whoa.
is named Epic
Operation
Fury.
a war crime?
During Operation Epic Fury, which is the name of the conflict of the
Is
military operation.
Fury
Fuck. All right,
a war
dude.
crime?
All right. Let me know when you're done talking.
I'm done.
Okay. Operation Epic Fury is the name of the military operation that the United States is carrying out in Iran. Okay? War crimes have been committed by the United States during that time.
How?
A Tomahawk missile, in fact, I think 2 Tomahawk missiles, went into a school. This was based on bad intel.
So
It was a double
U.S.
tap.
Tomahawk missiles?
U.S.
or
made
other-
Tomahawk missiles.
Their purchases of U.S. Tomahawk missiles went into
Did you
that.
say Turkish?
I didn't say Turkish. I said other countries.
Okay, who?
So don't think that we don't sell
No,
our
who?
own shit to
Tell me
other
who.
countries.
Tell me which
I'm
countries.
not saying who. I'm just saying, do we not sell our things to other countries?
The Tomahawks are sold to very few countries. Would you like to know which ones?
Few. Whoa. We said few, right?
Yes. Would you like to know which
So
ones?
not ours, but could be somebody else's, right?
Dude,
No.
there are 5 countries that we sell.
did
Dude,
we
stop.
set the
Dude,
serial
stop. Dude,
number
stop talking.
to go to-
Stop talking. We sell Tomahawk missiles to 5 other countries. Do you want to know what the countries are?
So 5 other
These are the countries.
countries could have
Hey, dude.
bombed that thing.
No, they
So-
couldn't have, because I'm going to tell you which
No,
countries
dude.
they are.
Don't say that we have 5 countries.
You need to shut the fuck up and listen when someone more intelligent than you is talking. The 5 countries that we sell Tomahawk
minute.
missiles
Did
to.
you just
Shut the fuck up. The 5 countries that
really
we
call me
sell.
stupid?
The 5 countries that we sell
You really
Tomahawk
called me
missiles
stupid.
to. The 5 countries that we sell Tomahawk missiles to are the UK, Australia,
Quit calling me
the
stupid.
Netherlands, Japan, and oh wait, it's actually only
Quit
4. So
saying-
now that we've established that, which of those countries, the Netherlands, Australia, Japan, or the UK, fired the Tomahawk missiles at the school? Go.
How many are related to the UN?
Which country of the 4 that I
How
just
many
listed
are related to
fire
the
the?
UN?
Why are you answering
So,
a question
dude,
with
you
a
just wanna
question?
say, I
Why
wanna
are you
call
answering a
this or
question
that?
with a question?
No, which ones are related to the UN?
I'm so sorry. Which
Wait a minute.
country
The UN.
fired the
The
missile?
UN. The United Nations, right?
Nemo is the United Nations
we're a
in.
world
Excuse me,
nation.
sir. Shut the fuck
We're-
up. Nemo, is the United Nations involved in this conflict in any way?
No.
Cool. So again, sir, was it Australia, the UK, the Netherlands, or Japan that fired the missile? Because I'll give you a hint. There was no ship or airplane with a
All
delivery
of them.
system within geotagging distance of that school outside of the United
You
States.
Let's go back to the school thing.
Oh,
The school was a missed target.
it was a miss. Oh, now you admit that we did it.
I'm not saying we did. I'm not saying we didn't.
Oh, but it was a missed target. So how do you know it was a missed target if we didn't do it or we did do it? Which the fuck is it?
Dude, how bad do you want to take down the United States?
Which is it? Is it a
How
missed
bad
target?
do you
Hey,
wanna take
why
down the
can't you
United
answer a
States?
question and why do you
I'm
keep
gonna
pivoting
ask you
away?
one thing.
I'm really
How
so
bad
sorry.
do you
I
wanna
don't
take
you're
down
not
the United
asking
States
any
for
fucking
saying that?
You're not
country.
asking the questions here.
We're
I
trying to
asked
do the
you a
best for
question
another
and it
country,
seems
and
like
you wanna
you
take
can't
down
do
the
all right.
United
All right. You're not asking the
As
questions
fast as you
here. I
fucking
will
can.
just keep
You
putting
wanna
you on
destroy this
hold.
country.
And I'm going
You
to
wanna
try I'm
destroy
trying
this
to
country.
explain
And
something
it's
to you.
so
Sir,
sad to
stop
see
crash sir,
people like
sir,
you
sir,
that wanna come
sir.
up
I
and
know that you're
destroy
I know
this
that you're I know that you're drunk and stupid, but could you shut the fuck up for a second?
Oh,
now
man.
listen to me. I'm trying to ask you a question
Now
and you
you
keep
call me
pivoting
so
away.
stupid.
So
You
again,
call me
Excuse me. Yes, because you're fucking stupid, you fucking stupid fucking moron. Now listen and shut the fuck up for a second, and you might fucking learn something, you dumb fucking hick. So, the question I was trying to ask you, while you just kept fucking rattling on like a fucking moron, the question that I was trying to ask you was, which is it? Was it a missed target, or did we not fire the missile? It is one or the other, sir. Can you answer a fucking question, or are you just some little cock who can't seem to fucking answer a fucking question because you're a little cock? Answer the fucking question. Answer the fucking question, you stupid little cock.
You keep missing the forest.
Answer the fucking question, you little cuck.
Trying to fucking make.
Answer the fucking question.
You're missing the.
Answer the fucking question.
Oh, I have to answer your question, but you won't.
Yes, because you're on my stream. Yes. Yes. Hey, very good. Because you haven't answered a single fucking question because you suck at this, and you're on with me and Nemo. So answer the fucking question or go the fuck away because you fucking stuck at this, you stupid fucking hick. So which is it? Did we miss the school or did we not fire the missile at them? Which is it? Did we miss or did we not fire it?
Dude, you're missing the forest.
Which is it? You stupid fucking moron. Because it can't be both. So you backed yourself into a fucking corner because you're so fucking stupid. Which is it? Did we miss the school or did we not fire the missile?
And an operation can have mishap.
Did we miss the school? Did we miss the school or did we not fire the missile? Which is it?
Dude, was it intentional?
Did we miss the school or did we not fire the missile? Which is it?
Was it intentional?
I will answer any question you want after you answer mine. I will answer any question you want after you answer. Nope. Which was it? I will answer any question you want. Nope. Which was it?
Dude, I can watch you get blue in the face, but was the...
And I'll just put you on hold, and Nemo and I can just sit here and laugh at you because you're so fucking stupid that you don't understand that it can't be both. Either it was a missed target or we didn't fire the missile. So fucking which is it? So which is it? Did we miss or did we not fire the missile?
Was the bomb intentional?
I'm just going to hang up on you if you don't answer the question. Hold on. Before you say anything else, I'm just letting you... Hold on. Nope. I'm sorry. Before you say anything else, I'm just going to let you know I've got you muted and no one can hear you talking now. So here's the last thing I'm going to say to you. So the last thing I'm going to say to you is I've tried to ask you a simple question. I'd be happy to answer whatever question follow-up it is that you have, but you are so fucking pussy whipped that you can't answer a simple fucking question, which is, was it we fired the missile and missed, or...
we fired the missile. We fired the missile.
Attaboy, you weren't muted. I just fucking lied to you and I got you to fucking admit to it, you stupid fucking redneck.
Fucking A.
That conversation is
going
nowhere.
I'm glad that I kept this little chestnut. This is from... Oh, never mind.
Oh, hold on. We'll do it a second. Hi, thanks for calling the stream. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah, I did for a second term.
Okay. Hang on 1 second for me, will you?
Okay.
Thank you. All right. Sorry, Nemo. Go ahead.
Okay, I just sent you a link. Click on that link and scroll to page 3.
Okay. 1 second. Click on the link. Let's go to page 3. 2, 3. Okay. Yeah. Got it right here. This is page 3. Oh.
Okay, so page 3. If you can blow that up, and we are looking at 1.2 policy.
Yeah.
Subsection A. Okay. So, members of the DoD components comply with the law of war during all armed conflicts, however characterized. It doesn't have to be a declared war for it to be a war crime.
Dope.
That is DoD policy.
I feel like they know what they're talking about, but all right, let's see. Thank you for holding, caller. How old are you? What state are you in?
I'm 32. I live in Maryland from Florida.
Okay. Why do you still support Donald Trump?
The reason I still support Donald Trump is because just I have a strong aversion to the policies that I believe Democrats, have adopted. I'd say post 2020, post murder of George Floyd type of era. I don't know if this is relevant, but before that, I had voted for Obama's second term. I voted for Bernie Sanders in 2016. I considered myself a strong liberal, and I felt like when Biden got voted into office, I felt like I watched some more radical policies that I don't think ever had presidential support be voted in. And, watching the border be opened, the establishment of an illegal national gun registry, the ATF had changed the 4473 process, that FFLs needed to keep any 4473 forms for life instead of for 20 years, creating a de facto gun registry, which is illegal. There was a law passed in 1985 that prohibited that explicitly. And just things like that. I think defund the police was something that really turned me off. And by the time Joe Biden's, I excused it the first couple of years, but by the time it was all said and done, yeah, I voted for Trump. And I didn't the first time, but I did the second. And I don't think I could ever vote Democrat again, just because watching some of the policies that were enacted during Biden's term. And that is somebody I did vote for, Biden. And now I voted for Trump, and I'm proud of it.
Who did you vote for in 2016? You said Bernie Sanders, but he wasn't in the general.
I voted for Bernie Sanders in the primary, and then he got his legs swept out from under him. I didn't vote in 2016 at all. Once Bernie Sanders got his legs chopped out from under him, there was these DNC email leaks that it talked about how there was a sustained effort to keep Bernie Sanders from getting the primary nomination. It was in the DNC email leaks. And when I found that out, that they kind of sabotaged Bernie Sanders in favor of Hillary Clinton, I just was cool, then I'm not voting then. So I voted for Bernie in the primary. When Bernie did not become the presidential nominee, I didn't vote at all.
I mean, that doesn't sound like a strong liberal to me.
I mean, it might not sound like it to you, but, Bernie Sanders is one of the most liberal presidential candidates we had ever had.
Oh.
I would.
Oh, yeah. To be clear, I'm the I'm the radical leftist here. I'm the super duper far left dude.
You are cool. Yeah. Well, I
Yeah.
used to be a member of the SR.
I liked Bernie Sanders. I donated to Bernie Sanders' campaign in 2020. I loved Bernie Sanders, right? Because of how left wing Bernie Sanders was. He wasn't a liberal. He was a leftist.
Yeah.
And that was beautiful.
Yeah.
And I loved that. And I wanted Bernie to be president. And it sucked when he lost.
Yeah.
But this notion that it was stolen from him is just ridiculous.
Did you ever read?
I understand. No. Hold on. I understand being salty whenever Bernie Sanders lost in 2016 and especially in 2020. I get it. I understand being salty. I still, to this day, have a grudge against Elizabeth Warren. To this day, because of 2020, because of what she did to Bernie. To this day, that doesn't mean that I'll if I had to vote for her that I wouldn't. Didn't say that.
Right.
But she's on my shit list. She's on my shit list for the fuckery that she did in 2020 against Bernie Sanders.
So are you one of those vote blue? No. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Okay. So, again, I understand being salty. What I don't understand is saying that you are a strong liberal and then sitting something out or jumping to a right-wing proto-fascist. I don't understand that.
Well,
the idea go ahead.
I can try to help you understand the mindset that I'm at. So to vote blue no matter who is a big problem that I had that made me just move away from that. At around 2016, I believed myself to be democratic socialist, and I understand that's the least left wing of all the splintered left wing factions and ideologies. That democratic socialist means you don't really want the system to change. You know what I mean? You still want the system that created this. You just kind of want more social safety nets. You're not really a real radical. You're more of
I'm just going to cut in right quick. So and this isn't necessarily your fault. I blame Bernie Sanders for this. And to a lesser extent, AOC, because she is a protege of Bernie. This is 1,000% Bernie's fault. Bernie Sanders calls himself a democratic socialist. Now, at heart, do I think that he is? Yes. But his political platform is not a democratic socialist political platform. He is what's called, this is the official political science term, a social democrat. That has nothing to do with the Democratic Party, nothing at all to do with the Democratic Party. But that is the political science term, okay?
Yeah.
Social
It's they support
democracy.
The Scandinavian model of capitalism.
Exactly.
And that's what I support. And I still would support that. But there's things about the Democrat Party that I can't vote for them as long as they continue to be that way. So I'm fine voting for the other people.
Well, I mean, I don't understand that rationale because, and I say this as somebody who I was pulled into the alt-right. So the crazy conspiratorial, cuckoo right wing. Okay. So that's I'm trying to think of names. I mean, I didn't
Alex Jones.
No, not so much Alex Jones. I mean, I guess at the time it was Sargon of Akkad and who else? Steven Crowder, I guess, and other names that I can't think. Lauren Southern, Stefan Molyneux, a little bit. Nick Fuentes was just getting his start. So it wasn't really him. Anyway.
What they want is not that different than what you hear the people on the left talk about.
Oh,
they both want Israel out of our politics.
Different. It is
they both want
different.
Israel out of our politics. They both support strong gun rights. But the difference is vote blue no matter who. Liberals vote for the gun grabbers.
Dude, you have to stop. Dude, I gotta stop you. You just have to stop with this whole vote blue no matter who. Dude, this is you're on some weird fucking talking point.
is that a weird talking point?
Yes, it is, because if the option is vote for somebody in the Democratic Party or vote for a literal fucking fascist, yes, I'm gonna vote for somebody in the Democratic Party. I voted for Republicans before too, but like you gotta like stop with like that's why I was turned off from the like, dude, like that's a dumb.
I mean, I could give you a breakdown of every single.
But here's the thing, though, is that I got to be honest with you. It didn't really answer my original question. My original question wasn't why did you vote for Donald Trump. My question was why do you still support Donald Trump?
I did
in April of 2026.
I did answer that.
Really?
I feel like I can't vote for Democrats as long as they adopt
that's not a. Hold on. We're not in an election. So the question is, what is Donald Trump doing right now that you support?
I support him. The fact that, he's continuing to try to stack the judiciary with conservative people that are for, gun ownership, gun rights, self-defense, the right to self-defense, not, DEI policies that create a two-tier system where color matters for one of the first times since the enactment of the Civil Rights Act. I do support his deportations. And just like before the election, they were doing polls, and the polls were saying that even Democrats were supporting this. The majority of Americans were supporting this.
I'm not asking about the polls, dude. I'm asking about what do you support?
I just told you.
Okay, great. So the
mass
only thing, great. So you support the mass deportations, and you support Donald Trump trying to put judges into place to do two things. That number one, DEI isn't any sort of legal policy, so that has nothing to do with whatever you just said. That's number one. And then number two, as far as the Second Amendment is concerned, that would really only be at the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court is already a conservative majority.
I'm aware, and it's a conservative majority because Trump put those Supreme Court judges on the Supreme Court.
It was a conservative majority because of Donald Trump in his first term. It has nothing to do with his second term.
Yeah, he illegally stacked he took, I think when Ruth Bader Ginsburg died, I think that he put a judge that it really wasn't his turn to place on the Supreme Court and kind of played dirty, but well, then they did New York versus Bruin.
He was the president of the United States, and so if he wanted to, he could. I think what you have backwards is that back when Obama had a year to put a new Supreme Court justice in, the Republicans in the Senate blocked it for the entire time, and they were the ones who played dirty. There's technically nothing illegal or wrong about the sitting president of the United States being to confirm their own Supreme Court justice, whether I like it or not, and I didn't like it.
They set a precedent, and they didn't hold to it, though. And that is kind of playing dirty,
Well, that's because the Republicans don't care about the Constitution of the United States or about governmental norms. Because
you could be right
Donald
in some
Trump,
ways about that.
Because Donald Trump just goes around violating the fucking Constitution. Because if you want to talk about the Second Amendment, who violated the Second Amendment with his bump stock ban?
He also said that he was going to take away guns from transgender people.
He also
said insane.
He also said that he should take them away from people who enjoy the Mary Jane. He also said we should go in and take the guns first and ask questions later. Direct quote.
Red flag laws.
Direct quote. Remember he said that?
I do remember he said that.
Did Kamala Harris ever say that?
No.
No, that's weird. And it's almost like, and also Kamala Harris and her husband, both gun owners, both said publicly in 2024, it doesn't really matter what her husband said, but Kamala Harris said, I'm a gun owner. Like, I'm not here to take anyone's weapons away. We just need common sense gun laws. I mean,
I don't want common sense gun laws.
Why?
Because it's a right that shall not be infringed, period. And you know what I mean? I'm voting for the people that I feel like, and I mean, they say it, and if they do something different, they might do something different. Trump clearly says one thing and does another. I'm aware of that. And I'm aware that he's a pretty shitty person.
And you still voted for him?
I still did vote for him, yes.
Okay. You voted for a gun grabber.
I mean, he had a bump stock ban. It was overturned, but I mean, Biden
No. Matt just laid out to you other examples of him being a so-called gun grabber. You voted
I'm aware.
for that.
I'm aware.
Okay, so
and
what
Biden,
what was the motivation for doing that?
I voted for Biden in 2020. He was a gun grabber too. He banned ghost guns.
Okay.
So I voted for both of them, and they both
saying that the Democrats are the party of gun grabbers, number one, that's wrong. But also, this idea that actually matters.
What states are the states that currently have the harshest gun laws in the country? I live in Maryland. I live in one of them.
No, I live in Massachusetts. We do, and guess what? We are
very bad.
Guess what? We are number one in. Or number two, depends. Number one or number two. Guess what? We're number one or number two in.
What?
Lowest amount of violent gun crime. Yeah, exactly, or violent gun deaths, or all of the above. Yep.
Maryland has the 5th harshest gun laws in the country, and we have some of the highest gun crime in the country, showing that it doesn't always work.
Wrong.
Because we have Baltimore.
Here's the problem, though. The problem with you, and the difference with Massachusetts and you, is that we're surrounded by a bunch of other states that have very similar, very tough
New Hampshire
laws.
Is one of the easiest, the best gun law states in the entire country, the freest gun law state. Except
for the fact that all of the other states around us are very strict, and it still forms like a kind of like a barrier around the entire area. They've actually studied this a lot. There is not one. That's one of the reasons why it's the same thing in Washington, D.C. Washington, D.C. and Maryland share the same problem because of your proximity to all of the other places where it's super fucking easy. Yes,
but you can't buy a handgun out of state though, and that's like 90% of violent crime is done with handguns. You can't go to another state and buy a handgun.
You can't buy one out of state. Why?
Because it has to be shipped to an FFL in your state, and then in your state you have to take possession, and the FFL has to follow the exact laws and procedures of your state.
You're saying that I can't go to. You're saying that I can't go to a store up the road right now and buy a pistol. I live in Georgia.
You live in Georgia? If you have a Maryland license and you go to a Georgia gun store and you say I want to buy a pistol, they will not let you take possession of it in Georgia. You can look this up. They will not allow you to. They will ship it to an FFL in your home state, subject to your home state's gun laws. So, like, the myth that people are going to other...
I mean, okay, so then are you telling me that you don't know someone who owns a pistol that you could probably get off of them for, let's just say, $500?
Well,
I mean,
you're
if it's a fancy
required
pistol,
to keep a bill of sale. You're required to keep a bill of sale, but I'm a law-abiding citizen. I don't... What? Am I what?
A bill of sale? Like, I mean, I don't know about you, man. In Georgia, like, and unless you are talking about heavily regulated ones, which is going to be, I mean, so
most
with
states
FFLs,
require that by law.
I mean,
you are required by law under penalty of imprisonment to ensure that the person that you're selling to in a private sale, A, is a citizen of the state, B, is not a prohibited possessor, and you can use the state law enforcement registry, and you are required to check for an in-state ID. That is law.
Oh,
in like 90% of states.
All right. I can tell you, somebody who's born and raised in the South, never have I ever had to deal with that in purchasing firearms. The only exception was when someone that my friend knows who perhaps has a certain certification obtained and then sold me a thing. There was only one instance where what you're describing was the case. Every other time, no, never.
Well, that sounds like somebody's not following the law then.
Okay, but the reason why is because they're private sales. And they are not going to be policed. And it's a situation where if the government is that involved in your life that they figure that part out, you were already fucked to begin with, because you probably fucked up somewhere else with a crime that was big enough for the government to get involved in your life to that degree.
Yeah,
you know?
I agree.
So, okay. So at that point, it's like, oh, well, you didn't file this in triplicate, or like, well, your taxes are incorrectly filed. Like, at that point, is that illegal? Yeah, of course. Of course it is. But also, you probably fucked up before they got to that, right?
Well, the thing is, if you sell someone a gun and it comes back to, because these 4473s and the serial numbers, they're kept on track, you know, at FFLs and manufacturers as well. So if you sell someone a gun and it's used in a crime, they are going to come knocking and asking you about it.
I get it, but at that point, you're advocating for a national gun registry, right? Because what you're telling me is
Biden
that
already established that.
Well, the reason
Biden illegally established one.
Okay, do you like that?
I very much don't.
Okay, but you were advocating for it just then.
I didn't advocate for it. I told you that that's what's going to happen if someone commits a crime.
Do you like that?
No.
You don't like that?
I think that's an infringement.
Okay.
But I'm just letting you know that the legal. I'm just letting you know the legal framework of how things work now. It's a myth that people go to other states to buy guns to commit in home states.
It's not
Nobody's
a myth.
going
It's not a myth. It's literally statistically proven by the FBI and the ATF. Like, this isn't some myth. This is literally by our government shown to be true.
Can you tell me what the name of this study is? Because I don't understand how these people are going to other states and buying handguns. I understand long guns. You can go to another state and buy long guns.
You can simply look. You can look this up on FBI.gov. It's very easy. I can show you the information. Do you have a second device to look at your screen?
Yeah, in a second I can.
Okay, I'll put it up. By the way, I also wanted to read something to you real quick because I had pulled this up. Do you know DC v. Heller? Do you know the Supreme Court case?
Yes, that's a 2006 court case that kind of reinterpreted the Second Amendment.
2008 Supreme Court case, and no, it didn't. It didn't reinterpret the Second Amendment. What it did was it affirmed the individual's right to keep handguns. It affirmed it. That's all. Okay. So.
Well, that's the whole reason for the court case.
What was?
Well, they kind of did reinterpret it, because the whole reason for the court case was the fact that, like, for 20, 30, 40 years, D.C. had some of the strictest gun laws in the country, and in D.C. you couldn't really even own a gun except for inside of your home.
Hang on. I'm saying you said that the Supreme Court case reinterpreted the Second Amendment, which it did not. It reaffirmed an individual's right to own a handgun in their home. That I'm saying it did something that you I believe would be in favor of, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. But I would like to point something out to you. Do you know who Antonin Scalia was?
Yeah, wasn't he democratically appointed? Like, by Democrats, he was a Supreme Court justice. And wasn't he also shot in a mass shooting?
So, no. Okay. So, wrong on both counts there, Chief.
Oh, I think, is he talking about Steve Scalise?
He's talking about, you're talking about
yeah,
Steve
you're right,
Scalise.
you're right.
Yeah. And Antonin Scalia was very much conservative. He was a conservative justice. Very conservative. He was a Reagan appointee.
Oh.
Okay. Anyways, what Scalia wrote in the majority decision, because he wrote the majority decision, and this is a direct quote: "Like most rights, the right secured by the Second Amendment is not unlimited. it is not a right to keep and carry any weapon whatsoever in any manner whatsoever and for whatever purpose. And the court provided examples of laws it considered presumptively lawful, including those which, quote, prohibit firearm possession by dangerous people, forbid firearm possession in sensitive places such as schools and government buildings, impose conditions on the commercial sale of firearms. So the Supreme Court, even in the conservative majority that ruled in affirming the right, said, yes, you have the right, but you still can put conditions on it. Otherwise, we would have no laws anywhere ever about guns. And so the Supreme Court was like, you still are allowed to put prohibitions on this right. They enumerated that specifically, including the majority written by somebody who is incredibly conservative. So I just needed to point that out to you because you keep saying you're like, I want there to be no restrictions, and it says shall not be infringed. But that's not true. The Supreme Court
New York
says
versus Bruin is already reinterpreted.
Dude, I need you to focus here. The Supreme Court has never said the Second Amendment is unlimited, like you're trying to say. You need to understand that. This is not something that is just simply free and clear. You can do whatever the fuck you want. There are restrictions on this right, just like there are restrictions on all of the other rights enumerated in the Bill of Rights. There are restrictions on free speech. There are restrictions on freedom of
speech. If it's a right,
there's restrictions
it's not subject to a restriction.
Yes, it
is.
Yes, it is. Absolutely, it is.
If it's a God-given right, it's not something man can restrict or the government.
No, it's not God-given. That's where you're wrong, number one. And number two, we absolutely put restrictions on rights.
That's what our founders' words were.
No, they weren't. Give me one instance in the Constitution where they said God.
I didn't say that they said God in the Constitution.
That's because, and they did that on purpose, because those rights weren't given by God. They're not. They're given by our government.
Let me look up the quote.
And then from the people, by the people. And, I'm sorry, Nemo, go ahead.
You're going to find the preamble. Like, that's what you're going to find. It doesn't say God. It says creator. Okay? That's it. I'm going to save you time.
I'm trying to find it.
Yeah, no, I'm telling you, in the Constitution, there is exactly one reference, and it's creator, and it's in the preamble.
So what I'm referring to, it defines inalienable rights, the Declaration of Independence, endowed by the Creator, as life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Gun ownership is commonly argued as a God-given right in the context of defending these fundamental rights to life and liberty.
Okay,
and
all right.
I'm reading an AI. I'm reading an AI overview of that just because of the fact that I'm multitasking.
Okay, it's fine. It's fine to multitask. It's fine to read an AI overview just to get like a quick gist of something. Let's have a conversation, okay? Because I don't want to debate an AI overview, okay?
I agree.
Listen, so there are two documents that matter in this context, okay? Related to this country, all right? The Declaration of Independence and the Constitution, okay? Now, technically, there was the Articles of Confederation that came immediately after the Declaration of Independence, but we ended up throwing that out and replacing it with the Constitution. So, the Declaration of Independence is not a legal document. It is not law. It is not legally enforceable. It is not any type of thing that lays out any type of law whatsoever. Okay? It is just a very eloquently worded fuck you to the crown. That is all that the Declaration of Independence is. Very pretty writing, very pretty calligraphy, incredible writing, incredible word choice, like beautiful, right? Poetic, incredible, It's stood centuries, right? Because it gets you going, right? Also, still just a fuck you note to the King of England, right? That's what it is.
But it still explains where the people who founded this country, where their heads and their minds were when they started this thing. And there's a difference between a right and a privilege. A privilege is something. There's something that's something that can be taken away from you. A right is something that
can be taken away
be
from
taken.
you too.
Oh no, they ain't taking it from me.
Okay, well, just think through this logically. Okay, rights can absolutely be stripped from people. It happens all the time. If somebody breaks the law, they lose their right to freedom, for
liberty.
example.
Yeah.
Or depending on the state, which, this is state by state, but if it's a really bad crime, they lose their right to own any firearm. They lose their right,
and right
to vote. Right?
Yeah.
And again, this depends. Right. It depends on the state, and it depends on the type of crime. But the point is that there are certain rights, or not even certain rights. Rights can absolutely be stripped of people if certain things happen. That is totally a thing. I think
felons should get their rights back after they serve their
I fully agree
sentence.
with you.
I agree too.
I 1,000% agree with you. I think that I would say there's certain things that maybe not, but for the overwhelming majority, fully agree. 1,000,000,000% agree. Okay.
I think non-violent felons. How about that?
Yes, non-violent felons. Yeah. Non-violent felons, 1,000% should have their rights fully restored, no questions asked, the second that they finish their sentence. There shouldn't even be bullshit about paperwork where they have to ask. There shouldn't be bullshit about they have to pay off court costs. It should just automatically be restored. I fully agree with you.
Because otherwise they're wearing a scarlet letter. Why are we asking these people to serve their sentences in a prison or a jail system? And you know what I mean? You're still serving your sentence if you get out and there's still restrictions on your life and your freedom.
Yes, I agree. But the point is that even with that in mind, rights can be restricted, can be, I guess, infringed or limited. That is a normal thing. Point. Should you be skeptical of an attempt to limit a right? Yes, you should. But it is totally a thing. It has been a thing since the very beginning. Literally since the beginning of this country. There were restrictions on firearms as far as where you could take the firearm. Can you take it into a church, or can you take it into this place? Can you do this? That absolutely was a thing. And I mean, obviously you're going to get disagreement amongst the founders, but that's just how it was. That is the truth of the matter. The same thing is true when it comes to speech. That's just how it is. Now, the point is that the standard has been, can't yell fire in a crowded theater. That's a restriction on free speech, right? Yeah. These are logical restrictions where you can't just say, well, it's my freedom of speech if you are lying to people about some imminent violence and then causing people to freak the fuck out and then people get injured, right? The basic idea is that your freedom ends when it infringes upon or hurts my freedom, right? Yeah. That's kind of the broad idea behind it. Now, it's not perfect, but that's the rough idea. And when it comes to this administration, if the Second Amendment is important to you, this administration has been pretty fucking awful when it comes to the Second Amendment. Donald Trump himself has said some insane shit about the Second Amendment. You brought up that blue states have the harshest or have the strictest laws. Yes. When it comes to the Second Amendment, yes, they absolutely do. But California, which I don't know how familiar you are with California.
I've been there many times.
Okay, so they have strict laws, or gun laws. They have strict gun laws, right? Now, do you know when that happened? When that started, the strict gun laws in California?
I'm assuming probably since I was small, because I mean I remember hearing people talk about it, you know, even when I was a kid, like in the 2000s.
Now, what if I told you?
I'm wrong?
Well, no. It's further back than that. So what if I told you?
Oh, Reagan. You're going to say
this,
Reagan and the Black Panthers.
I am going to say Reagan, because once upon a time in the state of California, a little group of people who were really fucking based said, hey, we're going to escort our people in public while exercising our Second Amendment right to just bear arms. We're not going to hurt anybody. We're just carrying. We're not hurting anybody.
Yeah.
We're going to do neighborhood patrols while carrying. A lot of this group of totally really fucking smart, totally based people, they said, hey, that's what we're going to do, because the police isn't sure as fuck isn't doing it. So we're going to do their job. This group of very based people, this group of people who I agree with, who were very logical and smart, said this. And the second that they did it, the day after, they dared to do something that makes all the sense in the world and is protected by the Second Amendment of the United States of America. The day after, Ronald Reagan and the Republican Chucklefuck Brigade got together and passed the Mulford Act. I am talking about the Black Panthers. The Black Panthers in the state of California wanted to do neighborhood patrols while armed because the police were not. And they wanted to escort people armed because the police were not helping people. We're not helping any black person in the state of California. They weren't helping them. And so the Black Panthers said, well, fuck, man, like, y'all aren't helping. We're going to do it. We'll do it for you. Like,
yeah.
And that, I mean, once upon a time, man, yeah, okay. Anyway, I don't want to get off into that. The point is, Ronald Reagan, the arch conservative, the Republican Jesus before Donald Trump, he was the one.
Before Donald Trump, yeah.
He was the one that put the strict gun laws in place, the Mulford Act. That was the beginning of it.
I understand that Republicans sometimes say things and do something else, and I understand that, yeah, like Reagan did that. I know exactly what you're talking about, but my thing is, if it's Democrats that are the ones that are like take Virginia, for example, Democrats just pretty much gained control over the state and instantly did sweeping, harsh gun control across the entire state, magazine bans, banning the sales of semi-automatic rifles. I mean, just completely overhauled the entire state. I would rather vote for somebody who may do some fucking shiesty-ass Reagan shit, but at least say they won't, than people that I know will. I'd rather take a chance on someone who's saying they're not going to do that than go with someone that I know will, that's saying they will. You know what I mean?
I mean, this is going to vary by region, right? Like, I can tell you, the Democrats in my state, in Georgia, the two fine senators that my state elected to go to the United States Senate, they're both Democrats, and both of them are not some like 2A gun grabbing types. They're not. This is going to vary.
Well, you guys
depending on
don't
where
have
you're
the power for it in Georgia and the state legislature yet, but let Georgia and the state legislature become rapidly more blue, and I guarantee you would see it. You know what I mean? Because you can look at any state where Democrats have taken the majority in the state legislature, and it's literally happened every single time. Whether it be Michigan, California, Oregon, Washington, Massachusetts, New York, Delaware, Maryland, Virginia now, it happens every time. And that's part of what kind of just made me be like, man, I can't vote for these people anymore. And yeah, I guess I'm with Donald Trump. Yeah, he's a bad guy. He's a piece of shit, and he's a shitty leader. And he's definitely in those files. But you know what?
So you're just.
What?
Oh, I'm sorry, Nemo. Go ahead.
Well,
What's
I mean,
up?
like, it sounds like we were about to say the same thing. Like, That's not a deal breaker for you?
Yeah, right? Like, none of this other shit is it like you're just like,
no,
well,
it throws me, but it's two wings of the same bird. I mean, to say that,
not.
like,
no, you literally
so Clinton
just
wasn't
dude,
in the files.
You literally no. Time out. You literally just explained all of the reasons why it's not two wings of the same bird. You just went, you're like, well, I know that it's blah, 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 and all this different stuff.
I didn't say that. It is two wings of the same bird.
No. All of the, hold on, time out. Listen to what I'm saying, bud. Listen, seriously.
All right.
Listen. You just rattled off a bunch of reasons why you should not have voted for Donald Trump. None of those
to be
issues.
Clear, the files weren't released.
Hold on, dude. I understand that the files weren't released, but come on, dude. Donald Trump had 26 different allegations against him from various women of various ages. He was Jeff's best friend for 15 years.
Yeah.
15 years. They lived next door to each other. They were best friends for 15 years. Donald Trump talks all the time about how he liked some young and this and that. And I'm talking about how he would date his daughter, talking about a 10-year-old and how he'd be dating her in 10 years. All this weird fucking shit, talking about walking in on girls in dressing rooms. Dude, the signs were there. But my point is that you just said all of these different things. You're like, all things that were very specific to Trump that do not exist on the other side. And
I said he was a shitty person and on the list.
Yes, hold on, and time out. And your one response was, well, Bill Clinton. Dude, Bill Clinton, the last time he was president was 25 years ago. And if Bill Clinton is complicit
it's not
in
just
any...
Bill
hold
Clinton.
on, time out, and let me explain. And
okay.
If Bill Clinton or any other Democratic candidate or any person is involved in the files, throw them under the jail. Don't lock them in the jail. Throw them under the jail. But here's the thing. Kamala Harris was never going to be complicit in those files. Joe Biden wasn't listed in those files. Barack Obama wasn't listed in those files. There's no high-profile Democratic leader or Democratic politician that is truly listed in those files in the way that Donald Trump is. You know that, and I know that. Except for, again, Bill Clinton, who has not been involved in the party for 25 years. In fact, he's not held elected office. And if he is in it, fuck him. So it doesn't make any sense, dude. Also, like your crazy fascination with this one single issue thing that was not going to change if Kamala Harris became president is really weird, man.
You talking about guns?
Yeah.
If you think Kamala Harris wouldn't have enacted gun control when it's been the MO of the Democratic Party for the past 15 years, man, I don't
How
know what
would
to say
she
about
do that without 60 votes in the Senate? How would she do that with a hostile... Dude, listen to what I'm about to tell you. How would she be able to do that without 60 votes in the Senate? And how would she do that with a conservative Supreme Court that would be absolutely ready to strike down any unconstitutional law that she tried to put forth? They've already shown that they're there. So you literally already said, dude, you're talking about Donald Trump putting in... Listen, you're talking about Donald Trump putting in federal judges to do this shit? Federal judges at that level, it doesn't matter what they say about the Second Amendment because it's just going to go to the Supreme Court. They don't get a say at the end of the day, really, in the Second Amendment. It's just going to, that's all just going to end up at the Supreme Court anyways.
There's at least 100 cases that the Supreme Court has declined to review.
That's
the
because
court judges are absolutely vital.
The reason if the Supreme Court declines to hear them, that's because the Supreme Court looks at the case and goes, that's already settled law.
Right, and then they say, okay, well, you're going off the
so
ruling
nothing
of the
is going
circuit court.
to change. So no, nothing is going to
that
change.
That is how
That's
the law process works.
No, sir, I will explain it to you. No.
If the Supreme Court, if something makes it to the Supreme Court and they refuse to rule on it, the circuit court's ruling is Okay.
I understand that. But if the
You're saying
Supreme
no.
Court no, you're not listening.
I am.
You're not, because you're talking. Stop and listen,
You're asking me
please.
questions and not even allowing me to respond, brother.
All right, then I'm not going to ask you anything. I'm just going to explain something to you.
Okay.
If a circuit court goes to the Supreme Court, I understand the fact that their ruling stands if the Supreme Court declines it. That's not what I'm telling you. What I'm telling you is the reason that the Supreme Court declines to hear the case is because the Supreme Court looks at the case and it's not worth their time because it is already settled law. It already falls under precedent from another case. So they look at it and they go, "Yep, this is not something that we're going to take up because this already is settled. This already falls under." The Supreme Court cases that they accept are the ones where there is a true constitutional question that needs to be answered that has not been answered. Do you understand? So it doesn't matter.
Understand.
So then the final point here is nothing Donald Trump does with federal judges would matter. The makeup of the Supreme Court isn't changing, and it is staying the same as a conservative majority. And so therefore, whatever cases make it there, the same people are deciding whether or not to take said cases. It doesn't matter. That's my
take
point.
Years to make it to the Supreme Court. And in that meantime, it's the circuit court and the district courts. Their rulings are binding until it makes it to the Supreme Court years later. You can make an unconstitutional law, and it'll be years before it's struck down.
Except for the fact that generally, with constitutional matters that are serious like that, they'll put them through. And if the Supreme Court declines to hear it, you don't have to wait even as long. The docket is not going to necessarily take that long. So, quite frankly, again, you're really focused on this single issue thing
it's not just a single issue.
But it literally is.
No, brother, I told you multiple things when I got on the phone.
No, you told us two things. You told us this issue, and I guess you said mass deportations, right? That was the only other thing.
And it was polled, and it was a huge issue, even among Democrats.
We don't. I keep telling you. I don't care about what you think polls said or this and that. I just asked you what you want. Fine, you wanted mass deportations, so that was your only other thing that you voted for. When in fact Joe Biden did a better job of deporting people.
Joe Biden allowed in 10 million illegal immigrants.
No, he didn't. So explain. In your world, okay, let's just say you got a magic wand, all right, and you can put together a policy, a law, or a program or whatever, for mass deportation or whatever it is that they made you want to vote for Donald Trump. Can you explain what that means? So which people are subject to deportation?
Anyone that's illegal. It has nothing to do with skin color. Just like the Irish people that are being deported up in Massachusetts. It's been in the news. There's been a huge fuss about it. It's anyone that shouldn't be there.
I'm sorry. Time out. I live in Massachusetts. What the fuck are you talking about?
There was some Irish guy that's been there for 20 years, overstayed his visa, and there's been some huge fuss about it in the news. And it's just there hasn't. Like that.
No, there hasn't.
Look it up. Google it.
I have a Boston Globe subscription. I read it every day. It is literally not a thing. What the fuck are you talking about?
I mean, I just told you to Google it, but I know you're just going to say it's not real. I know.
All right, cool.
You're going to say it didn't happen.
I have a Boston Globe subscription. I live in Boston. This is my local newspaper. Where is it?
There's an instant way to find out if I'm right or wrong, and it involves you just simply Googling it, brother.
No, you just said that it's been all over the news.
It has.
Cool, then where the fuck is it?
I'm telling you how to get to it.
No.
It's Google.
No. If it's been all over the news in Boston, it would be in our main newspaper and main source of local news, the Boston Globe.
So it doesn't occur to you that you could have missed it?
How would I have missed it? I read it every single day. What's his name?
Just Google it, man.
Just Google what?
Irish national held by ICE. Irish national subject to deportation by ICE. Irish national arrested by ICE. Any of those things should probably easily in 0.2 seconds.
Okay. Let's see here. There was a 38-year-old Irish national held by ICE in Texas in September of 2025. That's what you're talking about?
It has to be there's a Massachusetts guy.
That's who you're talking. He lived in Boston, but he was in Texas. This is from September of 2025. It's one person. And by the way, his deportation was halted because they found that he wasn't supposed to be. Oops.
So, with that in mind, you say anyone who is illegal. What does that mean?
Well, I mean, to find out who's illegal, you go off of the percentage of people that are coming in here illegally. I already know that Democrats are going to try to push it like Donald Trump's racist, but 95% of... Sorry, what's up?
I mean, so again, I'm asking you, what to tell me your ideal policy with this. Like, don't get hung up on, Democrats said this about Trump, or Trump is racist or not racist.
Just what my ideal policy is.
Correct.
My ideal policy for mass deportations, I guess, would be beefing up security at the border. It would be not allowing a bogus asylum program where anyone that claims it is instantly in. It's going to be years before anyone sorts through the asylum claims, makes it to asylum court. We're given temporary protective status to anyone who comes to the border.
Okay.
And and you can, the news, the photos, the videos, and even from left-leaning media, I understand CNN is not left-leaning media, it's centrist media, but I'm just saying, you can even look to all the videos they've taken from the border during Joe Biden's 4-year term. It was swamped. And there was interviews with Border Patrol agents that were saying, this is just a never-ending line of people, and we're just letting them all in. Because everyone, that was the policy during that time. So, my policies...
Okay, keep going.
My policies would be not doing that, trying to find the people that came in under these bogus asylum claims and getting them to have their case heard, even if that means paying money for more judges or fast-tracking them through the courts, letting their case be heard, giving them due process.
Okay.
And if they don't have a legitimate claim for asylum, getting them out of the country.
Gotcha.
Because it's placing strain on our... And this is part of my policy. I'm explaining it as part of my policy. It's placing strain on the housing economy. It's placing strain on the jobs economy. It's placing strain on everything. When you have an economy that we have just an example. We have 320 million Americans. We allow in 10 million over a 4-year period. Do we have the houses built for these people? Do the grocery stores have sufficient stock of goods for these people? No. And it causes inflation. It causes people to compete for resources and homes. It suppresses wages.
So, if it suppresses wages, then that would cause deflation then, wouldn't it?
I mean, who wants deflation?
Well, you were just complaining about inflation, right?
You don't want inflation. I mean, you don't want inflation of things that you're going to buy, but you don't want deflation of your currency. That's two of the same exact thing.
No. It's not deflation. It's not deflation of currency. It's the same thing. So inflation, deflation. They're
or
It's
or
talking.
it's
It's
just
talking
a
about. So it's not. It's not talking about the currency, right? It is ultimately just buying power. So like,
I mean,
and let me clarify what I mean. So deflating the currency, is that's something that you would look at on like a international trade type deal. Okay, so it's not that, right? We're talking about inflation or deflation of prices. And so inflation and deflation are that only occurs with the cost of goods. That's how it's measured, right? So if the cost of goods go up, that is inflation. If the cost of goods go down, that is deflation. This is measured, there's a lot of sciencey, or I guess science mathy shit that goes into that, okay?
well, we've
Economists.
rarely, if ever, had deflation though. That rarely, if ever, happens.
So at like across the board, you're correct. Deflation only occurs across the board during a
recessions
recession.
and depressions.
Right.
Yeah.
But when you factor in all of the different things that go into like why inflation is 2%. Because there's all sorts of different things that would cause that, right? It's like, well, government spending is one of them, right? But
Yeah.
also, did wages go up? Like, did companies start paying people more?
Taxes,
And if
fuel
they did,
costs, tariffs.
what? Yes. All there's all sorts of elements that go into that 2% number. And so if one of those elements goes in the opposite direction, it doesn't mean the 2% drops to negative 1%. It means that the 2% goes to, let's just pretend, 1.9%, right? The point
right,
is
so it's not
that,
deflation, it's just less inflation.
right. But isn't that a good thing?
Less inflation, yes. And that's what
Okay, so-
deportations would give us. It wouldn't give us deflation, it would give us less inflation.
No. That's the thing, is that you mentioned wages being depressed, which that's also not exactly true. But if you wanna make that argument, just to save a long ass back and forth on it, if you want to make that argument about specific industries, you could kind of make it sort of in like local situations. All right.
For non-skilled labor, at least.
Well, yeah. So the idea is farming is going to be a solid one, right? Every farmer. Construction, not exactly, but farming is going to be the easy one. Farming is going to be the easiest one. Okay. Any farmer that has like employees that is doing a big operation, they'll tell you, yeah, undocumented migrants absolutely make up a solid chunk of the workforce, like half, basically. Like that's what farmers who are being honest during interviews, that's what they've said. And so consider that farmer, I mean, they're growing food that is then being sold, throughout the supply chain and eventually gets to a grocery store. If their labor cost increases, food cost increases. That is inflation, right? That's an example of what I'm talking about.
But you guys, during the whole like fight for 15, fight for 25 minimum wage hike, the push for that during around 2020, you guys said the opposite. You guys said raising wages. So we're saying, okay, we're deporting the people that are picking the fruit. We're going to have to hire Americans, and they're going to do it at higher wages. You are saying that now will lead to inflation?
No, because now you're looking at a number. Because I guarantee that the amount of money being paid to undocumented migrants is higher than that 15 number.
No. I was just giving that as an example.
Partially the same reason why I said that construction is not really a great example, because construction workers, whether they are undocumented or natural-born American citizens, are absolutely 1000% not getting paid $7 an hour. They are getting paid way the fuck, but they are getting paid way more than $15 an hour. They are easily clearing in like the 30s, 40s an hour.
Yep.
Probably more, honestly. Like, construction is a well-paid industry.
Yeah.
And so
but
that's kind of why
that
I was
industry
saying,
of wages being depressed.
Okay, but again, with construction, so again, the whole like wage depression argument, it doesn't apply across the board. In certain isolated localities, you can kind of make that argument. It isn't just a hard and fast rule. That's why I said if you look at farming, it's an easier thing to make or to have the discussion. Construction is a whole different ball game. But the point is that our food cost directly will increase as a result of mass deportation if you want to achieve that, right? Like that is just the truth of the matter.
Couldn't we just subsidize the farmers the same way that we subsidize the dairy industry post World War II?
No. We already do subsidize the farmers. That's the thing.
Then let's subsidize them more.
Why?
And because you're saying that they're going to have to raise, if we're deporting these people and they're going to have to hire new people to pick for higher prices, isn't that an example of not spending it on the military industrial complex and instead spending it on what it should be used for, which is the welfare of the American citizen? It sounds very New Deal-ish to me.
That assumes that, number one, we take from one and give to the other, right? Which that's not something that Republicans have ever demonstrated that they are willing to do. So what I mean by that is, okay, we're going to take $20 billion out of what we were going to give to the military, and we're going to put $20 billion into farming subsidies. That's not a thing that happens with Republican presidencies or Republican administrations.
Didn't Trump in his first term, he enacted massive subsidies for farmers, and then in the second term cut them off, but still during the first term he did enact them. Yeah, subsidies for farmers, didn't he? In the first term.
Bailouts? You're
bailouts,
talking about the
but
bailouts.
I thought he also subsidized soybean producers in the United States. I could be wrong about that.
Yeah, you're misremembering. So he bailed them out because of a trade war that
with China.
He started. Like
I remember
to be clear,
that now.
Yeah, it wasn't like soybean farmers were getting fucked over or anything prior to Trump coming in and starting the trade. They weren't getting fucked over. And was everything perfect? I mean, I guess not, but by no means were they getting taken for a ride. And then Trump came in and started the trade war with China. And if I remember correctly, I don't even think soybeans were necessarily the focal point of the trade. I think it was like steel or manufacturing or some shit like that.
He did it again when he came into office this time.
Well, yeah, no, we did bailouts, he did another round of bailouts for farmers because the trade war with China is still going on, and then he pissed off the rest of the world by basically starting a trade war with everybody else because he did mass tariffs. And so we had to do bailouts again for farmers.
Yeah.
So, like, bailouts are subsidies on steroids. I'm not opposed to doing government subsidies. I mean, fuck, honestly, like, if I had my way as, turbo socialist Nemo over here, I think that farming should be nationalized. Like, because that is necessary to national security.
Like our electric grid or something.
Yeah, which, I mean, even the electric grid, that's not exactly 100% nationalized, but yeah, kind of like that.
Yeah.
I mean, you could say like our military. My military is a much better example. Our military is what? That is government owned and operated national level, right?
Yeah.
Like that's how it works. Why? Because we have agreed as a country, well, it makes way more sense for the government to own and operate this thing at the federal level than to just leave it up to I don't know, Bob's County in Wyoming to maybe send some people or work on something at some point. It makes way more sense, or to leave it up to the private sector. Be like, well, we trust Blackwater.
BlackRock.
we totally trust them.
BlackRock.
Yeah.
No. I'm talking about the security. Yeah, it's Blackwater. It's easy to get them mixed up, but Blackwater is the private. It's the mercenary company. So that's Eric Prince and them. Which, by the way, guess where that's at now? Trump administration
In Iran.
So I think Eric Prince is involved in, I think it's Israel. It's Palantir, I think.
Oh yeah, he's involved in Palantir. Yep.
So yeah, there's a lot of so again, military industrial complex, but we're getting kind of off in a tangent. So the point is, dude, if I had my way, I would nationalize farming. I would nationalize pretty much any type of power grid thing. Okay, so that's going to be oil, nuclear, hydroelectric, like any kind of electricity generation type thing.
Yeah.
I would nationalize those things. I would nationalize the pharmaceutical industry, and obviously healthcare, health insurance. I would do that. That would be my ideal. But this idea of again, back to the mass deportation thing.
Yeah.
So, I wanted you to try and lay out your ideal policy. And the reason why is because I think a lot of people have an understanding of what they think is right related to immigration and what they think is currently happening as it pertains to immigration in this country. And I think a lot of the time they're not fully aware of the details on the what's actually happening part, and what they think is right is ironically what Democrats were pushing for. So let me explain. Number one, there were not 10 million people who came into this country during Biden's administration. That is number one. I can prove that because every group, organization, think tank, whatever, that exists outside of the government, also the government, says that it was nowhere near 10 million. So
what did they put the number at?
So there are two groups. One is named the Federation the Federation for American Immigration Reform, FAIR. F-A-I-R. Okay, that's one. The other one is the Center for Immigration Studies, CIS. Okay, FAIR, CIS. Those are two groups. Now, they both sound official. They both sound maybe even like government funded, right? They sound legit. Here's a problem. Both of them were started by the same guy. Who is that guy? John Tanton. Who is John Tanton? John Tanton, let me just very quickly pull up the description on him, and I encourage you to, you'll probably see this in an AI overview too if you were to do it. John
Canton, like Canton, Ohio?
Tanton.
Tanton. Tan, like the color, ton, like the weight.
Yeah.
So John Tanton. Let's see. Here we go. So he was the chairman of. Okay, but here we go. He was briefly president of Zero Population Growth. Fucking A. He was the founder of the Social Contract Press, which published a quarterly journal of nativist and white nationalist writers called The Social Contract until the fall of 2019. He founded the pro-eugenics organization Society for Genetic Education. Fucking hell. Oh God, it just gets worse the more that I read about him. Okay, the point is, John Tanton he's a white nationalist and a eugenicist. Okay, that's who he is. And he founded FAIR and CIS, those two companies, or those two groups we were talking about. Okay, they're think tanks. Both of those think tanks estimate that the number of undocumented migrants in the United States at the time, which would have been like, I guess, 2020, it varies between them, but during Biden's term, so by the end of Biden's term, roughly, they estimate the entire population was no more than 16 million. Now, when I say entire population, I want you to think about that. I'm talking about
5%
people
of the United States.
Well, I want you to think
that's 1 in 20 people. 1 in 20 people being that's we're talking about out of 330 million people. That's roughly 1 out of 20 people is undocumented. That is a not insignificant number. That means you walk down the street, you count 20 people. One of those people, broke the law, unless they overstayed their visa is the only way they didn't. If they didn't, like if they came in any other way, that's a legal entry, which is a federal crime, and skipping the line in front of people that have been waiting to get into this country for years.
You're not skipping the line. That's not how that works.
So again, that's assuming that you take those two organizations at their word, which you should not. Why? Because they are founded by a eugenicist and white nationalist, right?
Well, he's dead. He died in 2019. Do we have any other estimates from any other groups?
Okay. Yes, we do. So hold on a second. The reason that I was bringing up those two is because they are the most right-wing organizations possible, and even they don't say that 10 million came through in Biden's term. They said that the absolute total population estimated, that means every undocumented immigrant in the country at the time, not just the ones that came in under Biden, literally all of them, that total number was 16. That's the highest number, 16 million. So I'll read. Okay, so all right. So
thank you.
Center for Immigration Studies, a think tank favoring low immigration levels, estimated 12 million in 2023. FAIR, F-A-I-R again, they said 16.8 in 2023. Again, the white nationalist organizations say this. So
that'd be 4%. That'd be 1 in every 25 people. That's still
okay, but that's assuming that you're taking them at their word, man. So, and again, you shouldn't. So those are the upper ends. Let's see.
But why should I not take them at their word? You know what I mean? The one that you're quoting is not a quote unquote, one founded by a white nationalist.
No, they both are.
I thought you just gave me a third one.
No,
from a different.
I was about to give you a third one. I gave you the two numbers given. The two numbers I read off, those are from the white nationalist people.
Okay. Got you.
So 1 minute. So, this is from the. Okay, so let me reread this. So this is from the Statesman. This is a Texas thing, and this was in response to Marco Rubio, and this was October 2024. He had said there were upwards of 20 or 30 million illegal immigrants in the country, which this is a debunk of that. So, let's see.
Couldn't we go off of Social Security numbers that are issued for non-citizens? Because they say illegals are issued Social Security numbers purely just for paying taxes, but not.
Nope, they're not. They get what are called ITINs. Those are separate. They're not Social Security numbers.
But couldn't we go off of that to estimate estimate and extrapolate the number of illegal migrants that are in this country in an accurate number? I understand that we don't have access to it, but you'd think they would.
We have we have the numbers. We have the estimates. I mean, that's what we're saying is that we have the numbers from DHS, what the rough estimates are. Well, you can read the report. It goes up through 2024. So,
what's DHS's number? Because this, for whatever reason, doesn't give me 2024's number for DHS.
I think that DHS's like final number in 2024 was something like 16 and change. I have to double check, but it's close to 17 million. Call it 17 million.
So right next to the white nationalist estimate.
What? That's the hold on. That's the total in the country over 40 years.
Yeah, and I get that, but that's still 5% of the population.
Hey, bud. Total in the country over 40 years, they don't affect your life in any meaningful way. Except for the fact that they keep your food costs down and they ensure that our economy doesn't crash. Oh, and by the way, they contribute $100 billion a year in taxes. They're a net positive to our economy in every single way. Do you know who the Cato Institute is?
Yeah, it's founded by Edward Koch, one of the two famous, people that were previously considered drastically evil, ghoulish, conservative villains. Someone Bernie Sanders is personally opposed. Yeah. And when he was asked about illegal migration, he said, "I don't support that. That's a Koch brothers thing."
Sorry,
that's a Koch.
Hey, bud, I just asked you if you knew who the Koch
brothers were.
The Cato Institute.
Runs,
great. So
that's
you know,
who runs
great,
them.
Great. So you know that the Cato Institute is right leaning. They're libertarian. They're libertarian to right leaning. The Koch brothers donate to right leaning conservative candidates, right? They don't donate to Democrats, right?
The same way leftists aren't the same thing as Democrats.
Hey, bud, can you just instead of editorializing every single thing and going, what about the other side? What about the other side? Can you just fucking stick with us? Stick with me for a second.
I am.
All right, cool. We're not talking about anyone else. I'm just talking about the Cato Institute. Do you and I agree that the Cato Institute is a right to center-right organization? No?
No, they're libertarian.
The Koch brothers, dude, listen to yourself. You just agreed.
Left-leaning Bernie Sanders
listen to me.
Said
listen to what, dude. Listen to me for a second. I don't care what Bernie Sanders said. I don't give a fuck about what he quote. Well, great. Fuck that. I am telling you, I don't care. The Koch brothers, do they donate to Democrats? Are they part of anything that is on the left? Yes or no?
They're incentivized to support
I am asking
illegal
you
migration.
a question. It's a simple question. Yes or no?
It's an answer. It's an answer to where I know your question's headed, brother. You're trying to say, oh, these are people who are right wing, and this is what they're saying. They're saying
all right, well,
that
I'll tell you what. It doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter anyways because their study says that immigrants reduced deficits by $14.5 trillion since 1994, and it doesn't really matter who it came from because guess where they get all of their data from? The Bureau of Labor and Statistics from our government. So, if you don't like the data, then you can be upset with the government and not with the Cato Institute. But
the Bureau of Labor and Statistics,
in 30 years, immigrants reduced the deficits in this country by $14.5 trillion with a T.
There's plenty of data that says other things that go
awesome,
against
then
that
show
narrative.
it to me. Awesome, then show it to me. What is it?
Look up Bureau Labor Statistics.
No. Time out.
You're telling me to show it to you.
Hold on. Wait, okay, great. There's Bureau of Labor and Statistics did a study?
I'm about to tell you.
They don't do studies.
Okay.
Well, then what?
I'm telling you how to find it.
Cool. What is it?
The Bureau of Labor and Statistics studies about how illegal migration suppresses wages. It is a BLS study. You can look it up. Maybe not a study, but a report. A report analyzing the data.
Is that the title of the study?
No, I'm just telling you how to find it. I don't know the name
so
of the
you
study,
just
but I know
literally
if
just want me to you literally just want me to Google shit randomly. And by the way, no.
Okay, I'll find the title.
Great.
Hold on.
Hold on.
You're being picky about that.
No, I'm
You're
not being picky
I will
about. I'm not
find it.
being picky
I
about
will find
anything.
it.
It doesn't
I'll
exist.
find
I
the
just
name.
Googled it. Nope, I just Googled it and it doesn't exist.
Okay,
Here,
well, you'll
here are
see
your
this in
Google
1 second.
results. Here are the Google results.
No.
Yep. Here are the Google. I just Googled exactly what you said.
Okay.
BLS
Then I'll find
study,
it. I'll
illegal
find
immigration.
It myself, and I'll tell you the name of it.
Great. Awesome. Would love to
The
know.
impact of illegal immigration on wages. USCCR.gov.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna stop you right now, and the reason you don't. Okay, oh boy, you don't know what you're talking about with this study. Have you ever actually read this study and read the conclusions of it? Have you ever read this study and read the conclusions of it?
The commission notes that illegal workers are estimated
Have you?
to
No.
account for as
Don't
much-
read. Don't read the AI overview.
I'm not. I'm reading the study from
Yes.
the website that I just told you the name of to help you get to it, which is usccr.gov/files/pub.
Yeah.
And then I can
I'm
give you the end of
there.
it as
I
well.
have it up. I have it up on the screen. I've read this study multiple times. Are you on the findings and recommendation?
Yes. The commission found that about 6 in 10 adult black males have a high school diploma and less and are disproportionately employed in the low
Now I want
labor
you.
market.
Now I want you to read number 6.
They're in high competition.
Now I want you to read number
with
6.
Immigrants.
Now I want you to read number 6.
Finding number 6.
Yep.
To be sure, factors other than illegal immigration contribute to
black unemployment. The
Factors
problem cannot be
other
solved.
than-
The problem cannot be solved without solving the problems of the high school dropout rate, high rates of family instability, and low job retention rates. Moreover, halting illegal immigration is not a panacea even for the problem of depressed wage rates for low-skilled jobs. If upward pressure is brought to
they're
bear
saying
on
it
low-skill wages, increasing globalization of the economy may result in some of these jobs simply being exported to other countries.
But how do you export?
So
picking fruit that's grown
literally,
here?
the study, the one study, number one, this study only focuses on low income.
cherry-picked the one thing?
Bud, I'm gonna tell you right now because I've seen this study a bazillion times because everyone likes to point it out. This study only focuses on low income, no high school diploma, black people. That's number one, okay? And it even says in the findings of the study, we don't think that you should just focus on this. I just had you read it, and then I read the rest of it. Because it says what we have to do is we need to focus on making sure that
Did you
these
look at
people
number 5?
get... Yes, and what we have to do is we have to make sure that these people get better educations so that this doesn't happen. If you're worried, Bud, hey, Bud, if you're worried about high school dropouts not getting jobs, I don't know what to tell you.
Well, that's why I didn't vote Democrat. Right there. I don't know what to tell you and shit like that. But
no,
look at
you're
number
worried.
5.
You're worried about high
straight to
school.
number
You're
6.
trying to paint a picture of an entire economy based on a
5.
single study that only includes a fucking tiny subset of people.
Number 5.
Even in the study that we're talking about, it still says you can't even blame the whole thing
Number
on
5.
this one problem.
You skipped to number 6. Can we go over number 5 together?
Did you listen to anything I just said? Then respond to it.
I can repeat it.
Then what did I just say?
You said that I brought up a study, and the one part of this study that focuses on low-skilled jobs tells you that there's other ways to it.
Wrong. That's not what you've already skipped the major. Wrong. You've already skipped the major part of what I said. What was the main point of what I said?
The main point of what
Instead
you
of
said?
trying to interrupt me and talk over me, maybe you should have listened to the main point that I was trying to make to you. Oops. You didn't listen to that part, did you?
Can we go over number 5 after you're done with that part? I'll listen.
No,
if we can go over
no,
number
because
5.
why the fuck should I listen to anything that you have to say and waste any more of my fucking time trying to educate you? Why the fuck should I continue to try to educate you on how data sampling works?
You just cherry-picked the very bottom of the
I
study
am not
and skipped the rest of
cherry-picking
it.
anything. I
You
am
are.
literally trying to explain to you that you are cherry-picking.
literally are
Listen to
cherry-picking.
me. Listen. Instead of
The
trying to
rest of
talk.
the study,
Jesus fucking Christ,
that's
dude.
how debate works, brother. It goes both ways.
This isn't a debate. You're not intelligent enough to have a debate with us. We're just trying to explain shit to you because you're kind of dumb.
And that's why you guys lost. That
No, it's
elitism
not.
Right there.
No, it's
You
not.
hate-
It's
you hate
literally
the
not
people
why
that
we
vote.
lost. It's literally
You
not.
hate-
And if you're
that's
so,
why
and if
Trump
you're
won the
such a,
popular vote.
and if you're such a little fucking, no, he didn't win the popular vote. And if you're
Yes,
such
he-
a,
what? Are you an idiot?
he didn't get
literally
the,
won the
he
popular
didn't
vote.
get the majority. He got the plurality. And if you're
What do
such
we
a
call the
little,
popular
and
vote?
if you're such a little fucking snowflake that me going
You're the one throwing the
on
insults
this,
and
that
screaming.
that makes you
You're
vote
the one
for
throwing
a
the
fucking,
insults.
if that makes you vote for a fucking fascist, you're a loser.
Who sounds like a
If
baby?
being
You're the
a
one
fucking
that's calling people
snowflake-
insults and yelling.
Dude, if somebody insulted me online, I wouldn't change the way that I vote. That's a fucking loser snowflake beta bitch move. You are a little
I mean, who's the
beta
one crying?
fucking bitch.
Who's
You
the one
are.
crying?
You are
Who's the
because
one
you can't
crying?
understand basic data.
You're the one that's yelling and calling people names like a girl, for real. That's how girls communicate when they're mad.
Good.
That's you.
Good. Because you're a little bitch. Now that we've got
This
that
is
out
why
of the
people
way,
don't vote for
now
y'all.
that
This
we,
is why
now
people
that
don't
we've,
vote for y'all.
good, then
You
keep,
hate the
good,
working class of this country.
good.
People like you hate the working class of this country. It's
Really?
How you spoke to the last
Really?
caller.
Really?
You do.
Really?
And that's why they don't
really?
vote for you.
Really?
That's why-
Wow. No one
But
fucking
that's how
cares.
you sound.
Anyways, this is why
that's how
and
you
you know
sound,
what? And
brother.
you know what, brother? This is why nobody fucking cares what you have to say, and you just fucking hung up because you can't fucking handle the fucking data. You quoted a study that fucks your argument. I have been shown this study, I don't know how many times. It doesn't prove anything. It only shows that for uneducated black people who dropped out of high school, their wages are somewhat depressed because they're competing for the same very low-level jobs. And it very specifically says this isn't the only problem. The problem really lies in the fact that these people should be educated and we need to take care of them. And by the way, we fucking should be. Because they shouldn't be competing for those jobs. No American should be competing for those jobs. And the subset of the American population that you are talking about is so minuscule that it doesn't have an appreciable effect on wages, which is the thing that I was trying to explain to you. But numbers are hard.
Jesus.
I've been shown this study so many fucking times. I know what the conclusion says. It's also like fucking 15 years old, and there has not been another study done since then. But anyone can read it, and I encourage you all to read it. I'm not cherry-picking data. I'm telling you exactly what it says. Cherry-picking data is saying because undocumented people suppress wages for this tiny sliver of the employment market, then it means they depress wages all across America. That is cherry-picking data.
Hello, Matthew.
Hello, Erika.
I'm just wondering what he's doing arguing with girls. Anyone know? Why is he arguing with girls?
I don't know.
How old did he say he was?
I don't, 32 or whatever. And I was like, I don't fucking care who you think you're.
Yeah,
I don't give a fuck.
At the age of 32, he should not be anywhere near girls.
You would think.
Just letting you know.
Yeah.
By the way, Matt will tell you this. We're on here together a lot. Most of the time, in fact, most of the time I'm on TikTok lives, it is the men who are like getting angry and calling people names, and normally they're on the right, just so you know. That's normally how that works.
I 100% back that totally. I totally back that statement. Absolutely. And by the way, anyone who wants to read this, because I encourage you to read it and draw your own conclusions. Don't listen to me. Don't take my word for it. The name of the study is The Impact of Illegal Immigration on the Wages and Employment Opportunities of Black Workers. That's the name of the study. Just so that we're all clear, I encourage you guys to check it out. Okay? So there you go. Real quick, I need to say a couple of thank yous over on the tube. Say thank you to Wesley Pillow. He says MAGA has 2 brain cells collectively, and they both compete for 3rd place. I like that one. Thank you to Melvin for the super chat. Just says it says because DJT is racist. Duh. Appreciate that one. And then Hex and Hammer. I think this was for the one 2 callers ago. He said, you're weakening your argument by continuously misspeaking. We definitely did not miss the school. The school was hit. Stop asking if we missed it. I think you may have missed the context with that caller. He was trying to claim simultaneously that we missed that we missed the school, or that we didn't fire the we didn't fire the missile itself. That was what I was trying to say. I know and 100% understand we hit the school. I know that. I was trying to get him to admit that we hit the school, which I finally did. So that I'm sorry. I think there maybe came in a little bit later. You missed what I had said, but that's what happened there.
It's very difficult to double tap a mistake, isn't it?
It's difficult to do that. It's also difficult when CENTCOM themselves say that they've found that we were the ones who did it. It's also difficult when the only countries in the entire world who have those missiles couldn't have fired it. We're the only ones who could have done it. We have the pictures of the fucking missile itself. We have the made in the USA. We have the DOD code. We have all of those different things. So, I mean, but I guess we could just keep trying to argue it over and over. So
yeah, of those countries, by the way, mine is one. However, we didn't send HMS Dragon to Cyprus until after that. I don't think the rest of the countries even have any, like, anything in the area,
Yeah. No, I mean, not at all. Let's see. By the way, guys, before we bring up our next guest here, continue tap that screen. Keep things going. Appreciate you guys helping out with that. Thank you for helping out with the live goal. If you can help get our friend Nemo up as well. I appreciate it if you guys would share the love equally. Also, if you have there are links in all of our bios if you want to contribute additionally. If you're over on the tube, you can find those links down in the description. Alternatively, if you'd like to send me a super chat, you're more than welcome to. Consider joining Nemo's Discord, which is also in the links in our bios. Make sure that you're following all of us. I would appreciate that as well.
Joe in the comments is a Nederlander and said we didn't do it either. So that's the UK and the Netherlands out of the picture. Who else is it? Australia and Japan. If anyone's Australian or Japanese, if you'd like to speak on behalf of your governments, please feel free.
No, the Aussies are saying no.
Well, it's either you or the Japanese then.
John, you're not connecting. If you're a Trump supporter, you're welcome to re-request.
Well, I guess it will be nice.
Oh. Faith, hi, did you vote for Donald Trump?
No, I did not.
Oh.
Well, wait, I did, but I'm calling to tell you I'm Penny, and I spoke with you a while back. I'm in California. I'm 68. And I went and found some information after I spoke with you, and I want to thank you so much. You've opened my eyes to so many things I just never would have seen before. And now, no, I am definitely not a Trump voter. I wish I could take it back, all of it. But I can't.
Oh.
But I can go forward and do much better. And I just wanted to check in with y'all and say hi. And keep doing what you're doing.
Well, that's really lovely, Penny. I remember you. And
Thank you.
I appreciate you saying that. I remember when we talked to you, and I think that I appreciate that. I appreciate that attitude. And so you feel like moving forward, you've got some good people to vote for.
Yes, I do. And I mean, we have a little while before we get there. But I know who I'm not voting for. I can tell you that.
All right.
I wanted to say something real quick.
Mm-hmm.
You had a gentleman on earlier. He was talking about if you gave him a magic wand, what would his mass deportation look like? And I remember hearing him say how he saw videos of the border when Biden was in, and I mean, the line went forever. Well, I learned that line will go forever. It's a line they make everyone get into before they take in, if I'm not wrong, 6,000 of them through the system, through part of the system. They decide the first 3,000 they're just going to send back anyway. Now the next 3,000 out of that, they take half of them, maybe they get asylum, and then they take the other half of that 3,000. And if they have somewhere to go, they can be let free into the country to go there. That's how I understood the deportation. And that line will always be in there. When people see that line and equate it to, oh, Joe Biden let in 20 million, it just irks me. It irks me. He wasn't throwing people down and smashing their skulls on the street.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It wasn't this devastating, just all of it, and the war hair and everything.
Uh,
Just all of it.
You know, Penny, I
What?
appreciate. What's that?
Nothing.
No, that's okay. It was. I was just going to say, thank you, by the way. Thank you, Ms. Sunflower. Thank you for both of us. I appreciate that. But I also want to say, Penny, I see that a lot of people are saying that they remember you, that they've thought about you, and that, which I think is really nice. And I think that, I think that the thing I think that a lot of us, really appreciate, I'm just going to be honest with you, is, and we talked about this earlier because we also had somebody else come up who had previously voted for Trump and has decided to make a change as well. And I think the thing that that is really appreciated is the fact that you just, with no ifs, ands, or buts, you just said, hey, I made a mistake and I regret that mistake and I shouldn't have done that and I want to move forward and I want to do the right thing. And I think that we all just really appreciate that level of honesty and that being open and saying, hey, that's it. It means a lot, I think, to people, to be honest about that instead of trying to hem and haw and say, well, I didn't really support everything, or I this and that. Like, it really shows a level of genuineness, and so I think on behalf of everybody, I think we appreciate that.
Oh, thank you. I just realized people are typing stuff there. I didn't have on my glasses. I couldn't see that. Oh, God bless everybody. God bless you all. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Right on.
And I'm really proud of you for going out and getting some sources and doing your own investigation and learning for yourself, because people can tell you things, or you can hear things, but learning things for yourself is an amazing way to go. I'm really proud of you.
Right on. Well, you all got me started, so tap yourselves on the back. And Erika, I heard you say something a couple of days ago about you shouldn't be speaking so much, or something like maybe you were irritating other people. Well, fuck them. I love hearing you. I love hearing you all. And I know you would never stop speaking too long.
Penny,
but you go, girl.
I'm telling you, mate, you can't shut me up. You can try, but you won't be successful for very long.
And that's my girl. Okay, I'm going to get out of here so you can get some muddy up here so we can hear some more, All right. Okay, I love you all, man. Well, I love you all.
Thank you. We really appreciate it, Penny. I hope you have a great rest of your evening, okay?
I will, honey. Right, and care. I'll get back to you all soon when I learn a bunch more.
Okay, friend. Thank you. Take care.
Okay. All right. Love you.
Bye-bye. W is for Penny. We love Penny. W is for Penny.
I only hopped up because I wanted to punch that last guy right in the face. He was irritating.
I told you need to get in line.
I know, you did tell me that. Yeah, I text Matt. And I was like, yeah. Anyway, I probably wouldn't, unless he was short, I probably wouldn't have been able to. But also, if you're a grown man of 32, stop arguing with girls. Argue with women.
Agreed on that point. So, all right, friend. Well, I guess I'll let you. Are you gonna try to get some sleep now, like for real, or what are you?
I'm gonna try, but this cough it's not all the time, but when it's freaking awful.
All right, well, go. I don't know. Take something or get a throat lozenge, or I don't know. Good luck.
Just shut up and leave us alone, Erika.
I didn't say that.
I know.
I feel bad. I'm sorry.
You should. I don't know why, but yes.
Okay, fine. God. All right. All right, friend. I will talk with you later on, okay?
Yeah, I'll talk to you. Well, I was going to say tomorrow, but it's 6:05 a.m., so it's technically today.
Okay, friend. All right.
Right. Fuck off.
You fuck off. All right. Bye. All right, guys. Once again, if you voted for Donald Trump, you can hop in the box, or you can give us a ring on the tube. Sean, hi. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, but I want to thank you all for making me change my mind.
Oh,
I have
okay.
officially dropped the Republican Party, and I'm now a Democrat.
Okay. Well, we're glad to hear.
I'm voting all Democrat.
Okay. I'm very happy to hear that from you, Sean. That's nice. Glad. Was there anything in particular that changed your mind?
Yes, that Donald Trump cannot live up to his promises.
That's pretty apparent, right? All the things that he promised, he's not doing, right?
What promise are you most disappointed in? Sorry.
Hey, Brian.
No wars.
That one stands out. Yeah, it's a pretty good one.
That's a bad one. Prices aren't getting lower. Gas is getting higher. Economy doesn't look good. There's a lot of things, right, Sean?
Yep, everything is on up.
Yeah. Well,
I told everybody I should have listened to you all and voted Harris.
Takes a lot to say that. Not gonna lie to you, brother.
Yep. I'm not a coward.
No, you're the Nemo. This is our third one tonight. Our third.
Yeah.
Third tonight. This might be a record, and quite frankly, Sean, as I was mentioning, I mentioned before to the last guest, and we mentioned it before, is that just appreciate you guys. You like you just said I own it. I did it. I'm gonna vote straight Democrat. I'm gonna do it. I respect that. You're not like, oh, please, this and that. Feel sorry for me, or this. You're just like, hey, I did it. I'm gonna move forward.
I don't want no pity, no nothing. I own up to my mistake. I don't like what the Republican Party is.
Can I just ask you, Sean? Did anybody try to tell you that if you were to come out and say these things and say you changed your beliefs, that like the Democrats or the people on the left would treat you a certain way? Like, were you expecting some sort of, pushback or some sort of like denigration or anything for, people that you've come out and said this to? Because I give you all the credit in the world for doing so. I'm curious if you thought it was going to be like, like if you were told that, people were going to hop on you and yell at you and, call you an idiot and stuff like that. Because not the reception that you're getting.
No, this was my decision. I've seen what Trump does and all the lies he spreads, and Republican parties that they do this, do that, they lie. I'm just tired of lies. Republican Party is nothing but liars.
Amen, brother.
Sean, I respect that a lot. I do.
Well, and I appreciate it.
Oh, all right. Well, thank you, Sean. I'll bring you back down, friend. I just want to tell you again. It takes an intelligent and insightful person to be able to assess a situation and change their mind and take in new information. So, I respect you for that. I want to tell you, okay?
All right, thank you.
You have a good night, friend. W's for Sean in the chat. W for our friend Trish too. Thank you for your generosity. Hello to our friend Brian. Hello, Brian. How are you?
Sorry to hop right in there, but I was so taken aback that I could be a part of a beneficial and positive moment for once on TikTok that I had to come up. Sorry, Nemo. What's going on, brother? Good to see you, my friend.
What's up, man?
So that's our third one. That was our third one tonight, Brian. So we had a gentleman earlier, a younger guy who's about 25 who wanted to have an upfront conversation with the two of us. Then we had a nice lady, Penny, who had talked to us once before, and we had encouraged her to go and kind of do her own thing. And she had just come up and just before Sean did and just talked to us and said that we had helped change her mind, which was awesome. And then we got Sean here too. I just got to tell you, thank you. Thank you to all of you guys that if you tell Neo and I, if you tell us that stuff, Because I think a lot of people, Brian, think that they'll be like, this is a lost cause. Like, why do you talk to those people? Why do you do it? Nemo and I are like, people are listening. People hear these things. Like Nemo and I have talked about this. I've talked about it with other creators too, and we firmly believe that there are people out there that of the 12 or 1300 people that are listening between here and the tube, that there are people just sitting there and they're just listening. And I think that those are the people that need to hear certain things, because they're not coming up and arguing with us vociferously. They just want to hear some truth. That's it. They just want to hear the right information.
Yeah, I remember when Nemo and I used to do the fucking 10, 12-hour lives all the time back in the day, and we used to say, it was the conversation we were having between the people in the boxes was more for the people in the chat than the people that are actually in the boxes, right? There's always a chance that there's somebody in the chat that kind of feels what you're saying a little bit more, or recognizes what you're talking about a little bit further. And it's like, it's not so much trying to sway, because a lot of times we get in these back and forths with these MAGA idiots that it's just impossible to get through to. They're not listening to you no matter what. It's a both sides, or it's a what about, or it's something like that. But you never know. Somebody in the chat might not be as kind of brick-headed and might kind of be like, well, that point that he made is a good point. I never thought of it that way. Maybe, few and far between, obviously, but it's definitely worth the shot of taking it out there. And again, I still do believe as kind of we get deeper into the MAGA cult and its demise, that the people that are going to be left are going to be the most sycophantic. So I do believe that, like, that pool of people that are supposedly on the fringes that can still be kind of gotten is dwindling at a rapid rate. At the same time, like, I just think the people that are going to be left are going to be the Joseph and Magda Goebbels, who are going to take out their family because their dear Führer and National Socialism can't survive and doesn't exist anymore. Like, I feel like those are the people, the people that were left next to the H dude in his bunker at the end of World War II are going to be like the MAGA people that are going to go down with the Titanic along with MAGA, like the Hegseths and the Stephen Millers and the other people that are in the MAGA cult. Like, they're going to get more and more sycophantic, much like a light bulb burns out or gets brighter right before it burns out, or the star theory, right? The star gets brightest right before it burns out. Like, that's what I think we're going to get to with the MAGA cult, the MAGA base. It's going to become more difficult. It's going to become more contentious, and it's going to become more frustrating before it gets better. You know what I mean? So I feel like, people need to pay attention to that as well. Like, we may be on the, what was I always mess it up, but the Churchill quote about World War II. He said, no, this is not the end. Not even the beginning of the end, but it might be the end of the beginning. As far as that's concerned, this might be the end, the beginning of the end for MAGA, but it's by no means going to, like, be eradicated overnight. Even if Donald Trump takes his last breath, like, it's so ingrained into society now that we're still going to have ample fights to fight, even if we get to pop that champagne.
Yeah, but I've said that post MAGA, post Trump specifically, because there is not another figure that's going to like continue it. The same thing kind of happened with the Nazis, which it was a cult of personality, and there was no one that was going to continue it after Adolf. Like, you didn't have like a similar figure. But
you were left with Dönitz at the end of it, who was by no means an H-man figure, head of the Navy.
Yeah, exactly. I think that post-Trump we're going to see a similar thing happen that we saw after Richard Nixon, where it was just undeniable. Nixon was just a total fuck up, and it was a national scandal. It was a national embarrassment. Nixon knew when to just disappear. Like, he just he faded off into private life and didn't do any extra political involvement afterwards. But the voters, the people who voted for Nixon, you fast forward 5-10 years, they won't admit it. You couldn't find one. You couldn't find a Nixon voter. Like, none of them would admit it. It's kind of the same thing actually that happened with Bush. Like, a lot of people won't admit that they voted for Bush.
It's kind of a small example of that with like the Trump flags. The Trump flags used to be a lot more prominent. Not to say they're all gone or anything, but they used to be a lot more, able, ready, and willing.
They're shrinking.
To put it out there and to let everybody know. Whereas even down south in some of the more particularly red-leaning districts, some of them have gone as far as to take those down. You know what I mean? So on a small level, something of what you're talking about there.
Yeah. Like that, we're reaching a point where there's no defending this. I mean, like, obviously the hardcore MAGA people are defending it, and it just comes off as crazy. Like, it comes off as cope. It's like, that's why I've called MAGA neocons. Like, I've called that's my label that I cooked up for them, because it is, at the end of the day, neocon bullshit, but it's dressed up in like populist, nationalist, isolationist language. But it's just neocon BS. Like, I mean,
there's not a
Marco
single
fucking Rubio
populist approach.
Yeah. Like, I mean, Rubio is running the State Department. Like, he's one of the neoconiest neocons.
He's just filling up a whole new book, a whole new dictionary with slang. Yeah,
exactly.
I love it. Hey, real quick, I want to say thank you to Devil Doll for the $2 super chat. You said thank you. By the way, thank you for being a member. By the way, it says thank you for helping people open their eyes. Nemo and I, we need these wins. We need these wins from time to time because some of these people. Apparently, Nemo, we have missed something. And I guess Brian, you get to witness too. We've missed something tonight. Oslo has sent, and a number of people have sent this over. Apparently, Older Millennial was live and imbibing and things, and so
again.
I know you're very surprised. I could tell, Brian. You're shocked, right?
No, but didn't he just get caught like snoozing not that long ago on his live? I remember, like he passed out.
I don't know. I think so. Yeah, I do remember that.
So, without further ado, here's our friend Oslo.
One of your leading voices on social media.
No, America would be way better off if we just let broke people die. Here's the thing, I'm going to tell you right now. If you exist today because of government support, I hope you die. If you only exist today because of government support, I hope you die. It'll make America better for you worthless pieces of shit to die. I hope every one of you dies. We'll save so much money. Continue on with your bullshit kids that you couldn't support from a baby daddy who fucked you and left you. They exist in America because I allowed them to. The children are better off dying. Most of you, the children will be so much better off dying than being born to a mother like you.
Yeah. I hope you're proud. Because you stand alongside that person.
Oslo, the curious red monster.
Oslo, I'm not gonna lie. Like, sometimes the tag really just fucking kills me in like in an unironic way. It just really after one of those real fucking like serious videos, I'm just dying
I'm still waiting for the clip of the elder millennial. Wasn't that just fucking Alex Jones on Tim Pool's podcast?
Legit.
Holy shit. Holy shit. Yeah, W's Oslo.
I don't know. I feel like to some degree he must I don't know. He must get like his kicks off of doing that or something like that. Like I don't even know. There might even be an element of him acting in that one. You know what I mean? Like I just feel like he gets his fucking rocks off knowing that people are going to be talking about him being drunk. Like I don't know. Just that you never put it past these people.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's definitely a character aspect to it. So he's playing up like the stupid shit that he says. Like, and I think that he's said before that he says he intentionally lies in videos because they'll get clipped and get more interaction. But I mean, like the drunk thing. Oh God. Oh no, he's an alcoholic. Like that's what he is.
Well, he's got to be at this point because wasn't he arrested? I mean, allegedly. I don't want to get anybody, but
third time, third time, and that was like over a year ago. He's probably gotten busted again. Like the I'm peeing thing. That was the third. Well, actually, no, that was a different arrest. That was actually a different arrest.
What was that one now?
So the oh shit I'm peeing. Apparently he's gotten busted 3 separate times for DUI. And like mugshots to prove it. So that's a thing. But the oh shit I'm peeing thing, the cops came and picked him up after he was intentionally hiding from them. But they came in and picked him up because I guess he there was like a warrant out for him. He didn't show up for something. And so they came in and they tased him. And then he pissed himself while they were tasing him.
Don't tase me, bro.
Yeah. And the reason that we know about the oh shit I'm peeing thing, when they tased him, he pissed himself and he said, oh shit I'm peeing. That's on the body cam. Like the body cam footage picked up him saying, I'm peeing. Oh, fuck, I'm sorry, I'm peeing.
Yo, there's footage of this shit?
Yeah.
Where the fuck have I been? God damn.
Here we go.
He says, oh, shit, I'm peeing.
For everyone's viewing pleasure.
And for everybody, just to let you know, it was only the inside of his pants that got wet. He's incapable of reaching the outside of the pants.
Makes sense, yeah.
Oh, is this it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Back here.
I'm here. Turn around. Okay. I'm on your belly. I'm peeing. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm peeing. I'm peeing. I can't stop peeing.
No way.
I'm so sorry. I'm wetting myself.
No way.
The I'm peeing, I'm sorry, I'm peeing, I can't stop peeing is just
how do you get back in front of a camera after that?
I mean, I don't the lack of shame is amazing. But speaking of lack of shame, this is sort of related. I don't need to like completely pivot away from it. But some of you are aware of the drama that was going on the last couple of nights over on MAGA TikTok, with our friend, with Nemo's other girlfriend, Texas for Trump.
Oh yeah, somebody else was just talking about this. Is she the blonde one with the hat and stuff?
Yeah, lip curl. Yeah, and she does she'll do like the lip sync video. Okay, so our good friend Erika, who is here, she. Yeah, the lady with the forehead, other Erika. On whatever it was, Friday night, she sends me this thing, and she's like, you've got to see what's going on here. And so apparently, Texas for Trump was bumping uglies with Jammin' Lou. For those of you who know who that is. You know who that is?
No.
Yeah. Yeah, right. It Ooh is the correct is the correct answer.
And for all you youngins in the chat, Bumpin' Uglies means sex. Just in case you missed that.
Thank God.
Wait,
You're gonna make me feel old.
How old is he compared to her?
That's a great question. But this is
What's up, you freaking hammers?
This is him. Just so we're all on the same page. So that's Jam and Lou. So they were having competing lives at the same time, where she was talking about the fact that she's 47, Erika? No, she's not that old. No way she's that old. And so she was talking about the fact that they have been doing it, but apparently he's married. And so he's on this other live, and there's all this different shit going on, and she's got fucking.
Wait, so I'm lost already. Are they in the same place, or are they just having a TikTok live?
Well, no, they're in separate places having separate TikTok lives, but apparently they have gotten together, and they,
Oh, okay. Like at some point in the past, you're saying?
Yeah, but
gotcha.
He's married, and then she brought receipts, and when I tell you, I was like, God damn, when MAGA really wants to do sources and research, like you guys, you could do it, because she did. It was like a fucking PowerPoint presentation and fucking text messages and phone calls. And
she's citing sources and shit.
I was like, dude, I'm gonna tell you right now.
She likes the vino too, doesn't she? Though,
if
I'm not mistaken,
they're all. I mean, all a little, but like a woman who is in any way possibly at all spurned at all. Like, they're fucking coming correct with the fucking receipts. But that's not really the main thing that I would kind of like to get. And she asked Law of the Wild for help, potentially to sue. Like, does she have a case? Oh, it's a whole thing.
Jamming Lou, jamming more than his wife, apparently, huh?
Heyo. But here's the main part, and this is what Eric and I were talking about earlier. This is the thing that is germane to all of us. And to anyone on the left, and Erika, since you came up, do you want to let everybody know what we found out?
Right, they got so messy. She started letting out their side's secrets, right, including jamming Lou on Unrealness's live, talking about how he pays for fake engagement for other right-wing creators. So, for his friends, let me just name you a few of his friends: Unrealness, Millie, that whole crew. He pays for like bot engagement on their lives and on their accounts, which probably means that he's paid for bot engagements on his own account also. But not only that, there was another live going on today where they were talking about a morning call run by Mama Crass. That's her name. Yeah. Mama Crass, every morning for the right-wing creators to get their talking points every day. Are we surprised when we see so many lives and they're all talking about the same thing, that every single morning they have a call together to give them their marching orders?
Nana
Crass. They're all right pillocks. You know that, Erika. Come on.
Yeah. Nana Crass. That's
sorry,
who it is.
Nana Crass,
I know we both did say, but
I know I was getting it mixed up with like music things.
It was fucking wild.
They're all nunces.
So anyways, that was the fun. That was the fun this weekend, and it was.
Erika's clearly got the tea. I'm gonna give Erika a follow. You got the tea, not only because you're British, but sounds like you got the tea otherwise too.
This all I just want to let everyone know, this all started Thursday night because she got drunk and spent 8 hours in a hot tub telling everybody like the secrets of their
sounds unhealthy.
It really does. Word has it, at least they were saying in Jam and Lou's live that she didn't get out of the hot tub for the whole 8 hours.
Is she still wrinkled?
Well, I don't know. But I was initially like, are they just doing this because are they doing this for like the views and all of that stuff? But as Matt pointed out yesterday, her face was like around her eyes. She had been crying. Like it was very obvious that she had been crying and she was desperate. I think the reason she was talking to Laura of the Wild, it wasn't asking if she could sue him. She was trying to check if he could sue her.
Oh, right. Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah.
Yo, people let this whole TikTok thing or just create a thing go to their heads so fucking rapidly. You know what I mean? It's like when you hear these, like the people talking about how they're influential and you go and they got like 3,500 followers. As awesome as it is for anybody that has that much and to gain that much, awesome. But it's like, you know, slow your roll here. And then they get wrapped up in like the TikTok drama. It's happened on like I'm sure we've all known people on this side of the shit that got fucking wrapped up in whatever drama filled, you know, clickbait rage groups are going on. But it, you know, it's just I feel like a lot of it gets to their heads and they feel like, you know, I am, what's her name? Trump for MAGA? MAGA for Trump? What is it? What's her name?
Texas for Trump.
Texas for Trump. Like, you know what I mean? Because, like, since people, you know, kind of talk about her or something like that, she's kind of, I think it's maybe gone into her head a little bit. I don't know how many followers she has, but I've heard her lives referenced a few times.
It doesn't need to go to her head. She's already got enough forehead that it's real estate and you could sell it and they could build condos on it. So she doesn't need it to go to her head.
Oslo, you are a big deal, friend. Absolutely, you are a big. No one doubts. Oslo is Oslo. You're a very, very big deal. That was a great video. Somebody said that we missed the racist bit, the really racist bit before, and I will say I agree with you guys that oh yeah, Crystal, I do have that. I'll show that. I do agree with you guys that there's a performative bit with him where he does, you know, he does say extra provocative things, but I also think that when he gets that wasted, there is definitely like a lot. There is a line that he is over, and like some of that shit.
Well, yeah, I don't think he's calling the cops on himself and faking like a whole routine where he's pissing on himself.
Well,
like obviously there's some issues going on there to cause that situation to happen. Yeah.
But I even think like on that line, I even think stuff like that. Like, sure, I think to a point maybe there's some, but I still think that even some of that shit is not things that he would just normally say. Like, I still think that some of that is
no, I think it's his character amplified and
out.
Fueled by alcohol. Yeah. You know what I mean? I think it's just amplified to a certain degree by the alcohol. You know what I mean? I don't think he's like fully like pretending to drink or be drunk or anything like that. I just like he knows that like his outlandish bullshit gets him clicks, and then when he drinks, he tries to go as outlandish as he possibly can. You know, without knowing how to constrain himself clearly.
Well, he had to make that apology before when he got drunk on live and he was talking about, you know, unaliving people with disabilities off the top of a mountain. And he did an apology video like the following day. And he said, I'm not apologizing to liberals. I'm just apologizing to people on my side. If you have disabled children, I didn't mean them, but liberals, I did mean your children.
I saw him snoozing fucking with his head back not that long ago. Somebody posted a video, caught him on his live. He was out like a light too. I know that wasn't that long ago. I don't know how long ago the video was, but I didn't see it that long ago. So clearly it's a pattern.
I want to point out though, I did make some MAGA friends in the comments of Texas for Trump's. Hey, you Aggie, who's in the comments trolling us a lot. We were actually making each other laugh in the comments about this whole situation because the whole thing was entirely pathetic, just in terms of like airing your laundry in public, and it didn't actually sound like anybody had really done anything particularly wrong. I mean, he had sent pictures of him enjoying alone time to people unsolicited, apparently, but that was separate to the
His camera
to
can
the
zoom
main.
that much? Jesus.
I know, it's amazing technology these days.
Jesus.
Yeah, right? I know, right? I was like...
Like, it's just... God damn.
I think he actually...
He's got to be, what, 45-ish? I know he's older
Like,
than I am.
yeah, like, y'all are fucking grown. You are firmly in, like, the middle age bracket. Like, that's where you are. What the fuck?
Why do I feel like you're talking directly at me right now?
They're talking to me. He might be talking to me. I don't know. It's fine. He's talking to me. But
I just want to let you know, though, Nemo, he did say he'd send them to anyone that wants them. So if you are interested, just drop him a DM. I'm sure,
but Erika,
do we send Johnny Palmadessa a joke?
He'll projectile vomit.
That'll be a problem. We're hold on. We're skipping over one of the better parts, though, which is the part where he was like, you still have a bunch of my stuff on like one of these recorded phone calls. You still have a bunch of my stuff, including one of my guns. And she's like, I'll put all your stuff in a box for you. I'll just leave it outside. I'll just put it all in a box and leave it. I'm just like,
yeah. And you can come collect it when I'm not home, because that's a safe thing to do, to leave a firearm in a cardboard box outside your house. Why not?
The fuck?
But really, it's kind of following in line with the people that they love, as far as like dirty laundry being aired out, and Trump going out there and putting everybody's fucking business on blast. Like, what was it the other day? He was talking about some guy that had like a fatal diagnosis. Like, wasn't he talking like the guy? Like, well, that was. And Johnson was like, well, that wasn't publicly known, but I guess we got to go with it now. He's like, yeah, isn't that guy dying? Like, he's gonna be fucking dead any day now, isn't it? Right?
That was one of those times where I was genuinely, I was rooting for Trump in that moment, because Mike Johnson deserved every bit of cringe that he was experiencing, because Mike Johnson's such a ugh. And he's got to sit there and be like, oh, yeah, yes, sir, yeah, well, nobody knew that, but now they do, all right, yeah, MAGA, yeah.
Well, it's like Pete Hegseth now, like, to a point. You can see Pete Hegseth kind of like, almost like gritting his teeth when Donald Trump's giving away certain like aspects of like the military, actions or like numbers and stuff. Like, you can tell, as dumb as Hegseth is, like he's a little worried about that. And the best part of today is when Trump couldn't get the word ideological out. and then he couldn't remember the phrase, to the victors go the spoils. And he had his George Bush moment where it's like, fool me once, fool me, don't get fooled again.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It was like, what? Like, his brain leaked out of his fucking loafers at that exact moment.
But Hegseth can't really be precious about it. He's the one that included journalists in his Signal chat and leaked entire attack plans.
Oh yeah, he doesn't have a leg to stand on by any means, but you can tell that he's getting like, I think even to a point today, like Trump turned around. I think he asked General Kane about, or it might have been the head of the CIA, Radcliffe, there, how many personnel were involved, and Radcliffe or somebody kind of said, well, I don't want to say. You know what I mean? Like, we don't want to give out that information. And Trump was like, he went back and said a couple hundred. He was like a few hundred, like given a general number, where the head of the CIA, I forget who said it exactly, was like, no, we don't want that to be out there. You know what I mean? It's like,
by the way, I just real quick, while we do have well over 1,300 people here, I would really like to mention this. Because we did just talk about Mike Johnson, and so Nemo and I found out today.
Mike Jones.
We found out today that next Monday at when we start at 10 p.m. Eastern time, so from 10 p.m. to 11 p.m., we're not going to be doing debates. We're going to have congressional candidate Matt Gromlich. We're going to have him on with us and we're going to do a little Q&A session with him. And if you don't know who he is running in Louisiana's 4th. That is against Mike Johnson, assuming he can get through in the Democratic primary. Okay, I'll make a video about it, announcing it. Nemo and I haven't come up like with the questions yet or anything like that. We'll talk a little more. We just found out about this today, but he seems like a really intriguing candidate, and I know that district seems firm. It's plus 26, okay, and he would need to get out of the primary. But I'm going to tell you guys this right now. I got a chance to talk with him real quick, and I think that Matt's kind of like the real deal. I think he's got some good ideas.
What's the name again, brother?
Matt Gromlich. It's G-R-O-M.
Oh, Matt's frozen. It's Matt Gromlich.
Oh,
Matt Gromlich.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Sorry, Gromlich. Yes, teacher. No, so it's going to be Monday. It's going to be 1 week from today. So that would be that'll be Monday, the 13th, 10 p.m. Eastern time. Monday the 13th. Yep, Jen, you got it. A bunch of you guys wrote it down there, and so I think it's going to be a really cool. It's going to be a really cool thing. It's the first time that we've gotten a chance to really do something like this. I just want to put the bug in your ear, but we'll make some more announcements about it. They're going to post something about it. I think it's going to be really cool. So,
and hey, I know you were talking about the kind of the percentages there and the discrepancy in kind of the voting patterns of where he's running. But I mean, we've seen in a lot of these special elections across the country in purple and even deep red districts. Whether it was the outright win by the Democrats or at least gaining substantial ground, we've made some serious progress. And again, it's kind of confusing when you pair that up with the drastically shitty polling, of the Democratic Party right now. It's kind of a strange combination of overwhelming support and people showing up to the polls against what Donald Trump is doing, while also, rightly expressing their frustrations that the Democratic Party is not doing enough in this time.
Yeah. I think that so Matt's primary opponent is being backed by, he is currently kind of like backed by the DNC, and I've checked out some of his stuff, and like I don't think he's like bad. I just don't think that like he just seems to be so flat, doesn't seem to have any real like great conviction, and I was not super impressed. And Randy is right. Louisiana has what they call jungle primaries, which is if you're an unaffiliated voter, you can go out and you can vote in the primary. So if you're affiliated, you can only vote in the primary for your party. But if you're unaffiliated, you can go and vote in any primary, which is strange but true. We talked about this today. So we really would like to get the word out. He's already got a decent following here on TikTok. I think he's up to like 35,000 followers. I think that they're doing some good work, and I think that we want to talk to him about some of his progressive ideas, because he seems to fall into that piece of the pie, and I think that he's doing a great job about getting the messaging out in Louisiana. So 1 week from today, Monday night, April 13th, 10 p.m. Eastern time. So adjust that to
ask him what his favorite little Boosie song is. I guarantee he has one.
Okay.
Guaranteed.
We'll add that to the questionnaire. Okay. You got it. Excellent.
No, that's awesome though. I've had the honor and the privilege of speaking with on the podcast a few progressive candidates, from not just candidates but Harry Dunn, who was running, former Capitol police officer on January 6th there. Excuse me, I always get that wrong which one he was. But it's a good use of the platform is basically what I'm getting at, is to try to get these different lesser known progressive candidates. I just spoke with I'm gonna forget his name now, which is not good. First name Craig. Probably should have had this, but it's 2 a.m., so forgive me. But it's a good opportunity to get these candidates on your show to get their kind of point of view out there and get the little awareness where it's a tough kind of scene to break through. Politics is very clicky. You know what I mean? If you're trying to get into and break through local politics, there's people that have been involved, and they run the show and they have friends. So there's kind of like an aspect of trying to break through the barrier to begin with before you can even get your name out there. So now I'm pissed off. I can't think of his name. Go ahead. Sorry, I'm talking to myself.
No, it's okay. Just to, if you happen to have friends or family who live in that congressional district, if you can, try get them to come in and watch the live, or even if they don't have TikTok, go around to their house, sit and watch it together as a family, or because that's going to be really good for exposure for people who perhaps don't have direct access to the platform or don't know it's occurring. So do share it, let them know it's happening. That would be cool. And to the person in the comments who knows who they are, you couldn't walk a chihuahua, just letting you know.
I think he wants my attention. It was Craig Swallow running for Massachusetts 9th congressional district. My apologies.
Yeah. But no, I think it's gonna be really it's gonna be exciting. And Erika's right. We're gonna, like I said, we're gonna try to get the word out. The campaign is going to they're gonna put something out about it as well, and so we'll do our best. And if anything, hopefully they can get whatever they can get some good maybe even just some clips of the Q&A that they can use, and that's fine as well. And anything where if Matt gets a chance to talk about his ideas and everything like that, I consider that a win, because if he can win the primary, that's great. And anyone who could energize a base in Louisiana and who could stand up at all to fucking Mike Johnson, they've got my support, and I want to do whatever we can to try and help me. Yeah, grassroots candidates, and if he wins the primary over the DNC-backed candidate, and by the way, he's got more followers on social media and he's gaining traction, then I really think that that they're gonna have to wake up and take notice in this race. So,
can I just interrupt super quickly, because
Navy veteran? I'm sorry.
Navy vet has asked me to remind everybody that if you happen to be in Georgia District 14, tomorrow is the special election to replace Marjorie Taylor Greene, and you should vote for Sean Harris, who is the Democratic candidate in that district, if of course you choose to.
Amazing. Oh, MTG, we'll miss you so much.
You see her post the other day about Trump?
Which one?
Where she was kind of referencing Trump's profanity-laced war crimes threat on True Social, the one where he said "open the fucking strait" or in Allah.
Oh no, I didn't see it.
She had a tweet. She had a pretty long tweet calling him. I think she said, I'm paraphrasing, something like he's lost his mind or something like that, something along those lines.
Well, let's see.
And by the way, happy Easter, everybody, and bless Allah as the traditional Easter greeting.
Erika, do you have Instagram?
I'm not really. I do, but it's like my private, like just for friends and family. I do have one that's the same name as it is here, but I don't really.
So many great British accounts that I follow. There's this one little kid called Asa, and your accent reminds me of, he must be from somewhere similar to where you are. But you know what the numbers game is? I don't know exactly what they call it.
Yeah, no, I know who he's on TikTok as
he's
well.
on TikTok.
Is he?
I've sent him to you.
Asa?
I know exactly. Yeah, I watch it now too, and he does the numbers thing. I know.
Oh my
exactly.
God! If I could somehow buy his voice, like every time I type a number into my phone to dial, like if I could hear Ace's voice going 1, 2, 4, and 50, I would fucking love it. I mean, the kid is the best.
It's that's on Countdown. It's like, how do we get to the number 404? And he's like,
right.
50 times 2 is 100.
The kid is fucking so fantastic, man.
He's very cool.
He did one the other day where it was like spelling a word, and I was like, "Fucking finally, something I have a shot in." Because I'm the math.
I didn't realize. So they replaced the blonde woman.
I don't know. Rachel Riley. She might be pregnant again. She keeps having babies, so they keep temporarily replacing her.
For anyone that doesn't know who Rachel Riley is, understandable. Wow. Like, yeah, I mean, I'll be a pig for a second. Rachel Riley, brilliant mind, and yeah.
Matt, did you find that tweet from MTG?
Yes, but I'm looking up Rachel Riley first.
I hate to break this to you, Nemo. She's also a Zionist. Like,
I keep picturing Rachel Ray.
Matt, was it here? Was it your live that I asked the guy what the 3 Abrahamic religions were?
Yes. That was amazing. Man, this is so...
You need to clip that.
Thanks. I really should clip that. Thanks for ruining this for me, Erika, because, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's...
Wait, what?
This guy said that the 3 Abrahamic religions were Judaism, Christianity, and Zionists.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Close.
But this is the. By the way, so this is what Brian is talking about. This is the tweet. This is the tweet from Marjorie Taylor Greene, and basically she's just like, on Easter morning, this is what President Trump posted. Everyone in his administration that claims to be a Christian needs to fall on their knees and beg forgiveness from God and stop worshiping the president and intervene in Trump's madness. I know all of you and him, and he has gone insane, and all of you are complicit. I'm not defending Iran, but let's be honest about all of this. The strait is closed because the U.S. and Israel started an unprovoked war against Iran based on the same nuclear lies they've been telling for decades, that at any moment Iran would develop a nuclear weapon. You know who has nuclear weapons? Israel. And they're more than capable of defending themselves, with the U.S. having to fight their wars, kill innocent people and children, and pay for it. Trump threatening to bomb power plants and bridges hurts the Iranian people, the very people Trump claimed he was freeing. And then blah, blah, blah. Trump's not a Christian, and it's Easter, and yada, yada, yada. Holy fuck. Like, goddamn. She just...
So I've been using like her, who are some other idiots, like Piers Morgan has some fucking mild pushback every now and again. Who are some prominent people? Alex Jones had one the other day where he was talking about Donald Trump's health, but it's like, you know, we continue to use these assholes, and I try to make it a point to be like, you know, we're not giving enemy respect or any, sympathy or empathy or compassion to these people. I want you to recognize who these people are, but to utilize like somebody on the right that somebody on the right might listen to, like they're more apt to listen to or recognize if Alex Jones or Tim Pool or whoever the fuck is saying something against them than if it was me or you. You know what I mean? So I think it's completely beneficial to use these idiots that are responsible for getting us into this position now all of a sudden coming out and like they're now seeing the light. You know what I mean? It's like, bullshit, you're not, but I'll use your rhetoric and I'll use what you're saying against you so I can, benefit from it politically. She also posted Tim Dillon. She had I think this is today. She posted a video of Tim Dillon basically talking about why do we care about Iran, and like, we got people starving here and home, and why the hell are we why are we over in the Middle East type of thing. So she's continuing on the bandwagon. Well, she's off the bandwagon, but you know what I mean.
She's still kind of on it though. She was the one that told Emily Maitlis to fuck off when she asked her about Jewish space lasers. So she's still kind of on the bandwagon.
Oh no, she's a terrible fucking human being. I just mean as far as like going against Trump on whether it's the Epstein files or this war, like she's still a horrible fucking decrepit human being that is a piece of shit and would be more than happy to vote alongside of the Republicans' beliefs, policies, and regulations against the betterment of society at every fucking turn. So that's why I continue to I know it's probably a fine line of us showing a bunch of these clips, but I like to reiterate on the podcast at least, like I'm showing this because if there's anybody else, and as you guys are talking about, the three that you guys have managed to convert or at least, come to some sort of agreement tonight, like they're going to be probably more apt to listen to if I play Alex Jones, if they were listening to Alex Jones, or if, Tim Pool, like whatever, some of these idiots that have been calling it out. Like, if that's something that they were listening to and it's this person now saying something totally different, maybe it's enough to kind of catch their attention. You know what I mean? Whereas if it was just me saying it, maybe it wouldn't. Or like a CNN clip, you know what I mean? Like it's what's up, Ken? What's up, brother?
Yeah. I agree. I think that for a lot of these people, talking to them over time, I've come to realize that a lot of it isn't even down to explaining things in a way that they will accept, because they can accept the argument and still refuse to change. Mm-hmm. Where a lot of these people are, they're motivated by this this sense of pride, where admitting that you're wrong is weakness. Mm-hmm. And so they need certain people. There's a very short list of people in their lives that they respect enough that if they say something, mm-hmm. that person will then change their actions right. accordingly. And so I think that, like, in the case of whether it's Rogan or Tucker Carlson to a lesser extent,
right?
They're essentially giving these people permission to say, "Oh yeah, no, fuck Trump."
Mm-hmm. Right. And even as like much of a scumbag as he is, the whole Nick Fuentes putting together this like opposition, America first, I got a blue hat to the MAGA red hat is again kind of trying to filter whatever offshoots, whatever people that are flying off of the MAGA bandwagon. The same way that like Candace Owens, they know that like the grift that is MAGA is very, very lucrative. And that, when Donald Trump and his merch or whatever is out of the game, out of the picture, that, somebody's going to step up and fill that void, which is why I think, Candace and the rest of these people are trying to, position themselves as like the somewhat opposition, but also still further right at the same time type of thing. Yeah. So they're positioning themselves kind of, at the bottom of the hill, so to speak, where MAGA are going to come tumbling down and hopefully right into their kind of coffers to kick in and buy their merch and whatever the hell, that they want them to do. You know what I mean? So it's like they also have a money motivation going on in the back, to the people that are speaking up to some extent, Tucker Carlson, whatever political ambitions he's got. To a larger extent, the idiots that are speaking out there, you're right on as far as that's concerned.
Tucker Carlson is a serious one. Like, out of all the politicians in the Republican Party, but none of them can continue any semblance of the MAGA thing, right? Trump mm-hmm. occupies this unique little space where it doesn't matter. It literally doesn't matter. They're on board, and they are just, it's a cult of personality. And none of the people that are in his cabinet right now, none of them can continue that shit. JD Vance can't continue it. Marco Rubio can't continue it. Those are the two that people keep speculating for 2028.
I'd say Stephen Miller probably has the best shot. No shot, Stephen Miller, the best.
Like, yeah, so Stephen Miller, he's, I mean, with the ideology, yeah, but he's just seen as like a dweeb, you know?
I wouldn't put it past him to try to manipulate some sort of, structure where, he does find somebody inevitably that would, I don't know, that he could prop up. You know what I mean? His maniacal views, like I just would never put, like, I don't think he'd be the face of it, but I wouldn't put it past him to be, in the background, in the shadows, trying to manipulate, what comes next as far as MAGA or the right. You know what I mean?
I agree with that part. Like Miller has always been like the dude in the background. But Tucker Carlson is the only one that actually has a potential to carry the shit on.
Right.
And
right.
Like he doesn't have so like again, the Republicans in Trump's cabinet are just, they're so bad. They're so,
and that's the whole America First aspect, which is what Nick Fuentes is trying to line himself up as, where it's like, I am actually, allegedly, quote, fingers up in the air, the America First, where Trump's obviously, cowed to Israel and listening to all of these outside sources. And, obviously he's bought and paid for, like, that's what they're trying to align them as, like, this person, obviously he lied to you about, prices of everything and being America First, whereas come over here, we'll really be America First. We'll really kick out all of the black people and the brown people. We'll really kick out all of the gays and the trans people. Like, they're further to the right than MAGA is. I hope everybody understands that. Like, as happy as we're going to be to see the dissolving of MAGA, like, it's inevitably going to go to a further right position, whether they filter down to Candace, Tucker, or Nick Fuentes, or whatever the fuck. Like, those people are further to the right. They're self-proclaimed Nazis. Like, it's even worse. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Not to pivot too hard, I want to just point something out here. A number of people have sent this to me and tagged me in it, probably Nemo too. This is from the BBC. I also got it directly off of Twitter. The IDF is warning people in Iran not to take the train today. In a post shared on the military's Farsi social media account, it tells people in Iran, for the sake of your security, to refrain from using and traveling by train throughout the country until 2100 Iran time. It adds that, quote, presence on trains and near railway lines endangers your life. In updates issued overnight, the Israeli military also said it completed a wave of airstrikes targeting, quote, infrastructure in Tehran linked to the regime, and unalive people, it said, were members of Hezbollah. Separately, the military and also said it intercepted missiles launched toward Israel by Iran.
I don't think I've had two things radicalize me faster than the way that the Trump administration has been abusing every power that they have, every facet of power they have, and also the Israeli government and the IDF. And not only that, but the overwhelming support that it continues to have within that country, the actions now taking place in the West Bank. Obviously, what's taking place in Lebanon. I mean, I studied World War II. World War II is why I got into politics, because of the connections and the one-to-one comparisons that I was seeing in what I learned and what I was passionate about learning and what I was seeing in daily life. So to continue to see, like, I don't know, it's just I don't know.
Yeah.
So it's crazy, you know what I mean? It's just to see that people could go through that themselves, and knowing the history, and me, and people learning about the plight of the Jews in World War II and what they had to face, and the inhumanity and the camp and the whole nine yards, and then to be in 2026 now and going on to Reddit and going on to Telegram and going on to Twitter and seeing the videos that are coming out either from the West Bank or from Israelis themselves, and basically calling for further action, calling for this to escalate, calling for the complete and total eradication of people, is just so hard for me to process mentally on how they could have seen that take place not all that long ago with their ancestors and now be willing to and kind of almost like happy to perpetrate that upon another people is just so radicalizing to me. It really is.
Yeah,
absolutely. Thanks real quick to Melvin over on the tube. Thank you for the $2 super chat. It says, I'm ready to fight the new MAGA because I'm for everyone. Thank you, Melvin. Appreciate you, friend. Appreciate you guys. I think we're gonna wrap up here. Appreciate you guys tonight. This has been
sorry for taking up so much of your time, dude. I apologize.
No, you're fine. I think we did well. At least we did have some ops tonight to talk to, which we appreciate. Having some people to talk to, that was good. Guys, before we wrap up, we appreciate it. Let's make sure that we got to at least get Nemo over 5K over there before we wrap. That's definitely got to happen. If you're not already following me, please make sure that you're following me and Nemo. Follow both of us, and then our backup accounts, so that you're notified whenever we go live or if something happens to an account, you know where to go. Follow our friend Boston Brian over here. Follow Brian, and you should check him out on the tube. With his Blunt Politics podcast. Also on the tube, obviously, you should be subscribed to me and to Nemo. If you're not already subscribed to both of us, you can find either links in our bios, or if you're over on the tube, you can find a link right here in the description. It's real easy. We're on a mission to get Nemo. We need to get Nemo up to 1,000 subscribers. I'm looking to get over 4,000 at this point in time. So that would be that
on
would
the
be
tubes.
Awesome. Yeah.
Let's go, bro. It's not easy. Not easy. I'm trying to crack. I think I'm trying to crack 16K at this point, and I've been going at it a few years at this point. So, but I'm also on all the other platforms, just in case people don't utilize that. The one that rhymes with witch. I don't know what the TikTok rules are. I don't want to blow up your live.
No, that's okay.
They fault you.
I'm on that one as well now.
Newly, right. So Substack, all the Instagram threads, all of the socials. Look up either Boston Brian or Blunt Politics. I really do appreciate all of the support and help. And thank you, Matt, for even mentioning that and shuffling people in my direction. I really do appreciate it, dude.
Of course. We always want to support. Of course, we want to support our friends. Let's support our friends and help them out. And also, guys, if you're not already in Nemo's Discord, will you please pop the link in his link tree or in mine and join up? It's a great spot. The live chats are good. The sources are good. They're cute dogs. I mean, I don't know, like whatever the fuck you're into. It's like it's there. Nemo, do you have any thank yous or anything to read? So.
Yeah, I got one.
Okay.
Michelle, thank you for the Cash App said everything you do, or everything you add to the show is amazing. Thanks. Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
Nemo, I was gonna suggest that we raid Joey, only because it's been a couple of days, and I think Erika is up with Joey. So Erika Shante. So that was going to be my suggestion, unless you had another idea, which I'm open to. But that was going to be my thought. So up to you.
Yeah. Let's do Joey.
Cool. So let's go. I'm gonna pop Joey's right down there. Let's go hang with Joey. Tell him that Nemo and I sent you. We appreciate it. We're glad that Brian popped in. We're glad that our friend Erika popped in as well. Obviously, always. Guys, we'll be back tomorrow night, 10 p.m. Eastern Time. We're looking forward to being back with you same time. And don't forget, next Monday, the 13th, 10 p.m. to 11 p.m. Eastern Time, we will be on with Matt Gromlich, the candidate running in Louisiana 4th. It's gonna be a lot of fun. It's gonna be real exciting.
Louisiana.